I'm muted. I was muted, sorry. Um, I'm here now. I was saying I was playing a little game, or I was trying to get Zeke to come up, and you can see his little face there. Come on, Bubs. He plays his little game. Will come up, and he's like, he wants me to pick him up, but he'll run away, and then he'll come up, and he'll run away. Okay, but we have a lot to go over today. I'm gonna dig right in. Zeke, come on, Bubs. Want to come up here? You could hear me, right? Um, I'm back, and hopefully there'll be no issues today. Knock on wood. I shouldn't have said that. Um, Hi Don. Hi Sir Morningwood. Hi Tennessee Voice Girl. Wow, it has been forever. How the heck have you been? Um, Look at my boy. Zeke, it looks like you have Zabboy sunglasses. It look like. Come on over here. You could sit right here, or you could lay in your bed. Whatever you want to do. I'll pick you up. Okay, you make up your mind. Okay. So what I thought I'd do is there's this really good article. I actually had to subscribe to the site to get it. You know, it was one of those, but it was worth it because I was like, you know what? It's worth it. It has everything in there. Hi, Bobs. It has everything in there. So I figure we'll start with that. So it's like Jeffrey Epstein, like his past, his upbringing, and it does a really good job. It just like has some pictures and it has, you know, kind of his upbringing in a quick, good summary type thing. And then we'll just continue digging into the emails. I have some documents I have ready that I want to read. I have I made a playlist of some of those videos on JeffTube that I thought, you know, would be interesting to play. And then also there's a couple like documentary type videos. I watched some, I think like two different ones, but not the whole straight through. I watched a little bit on one, a little bit of on the other, and they were really interesting. So I figured we could do that too. So this might be a long live. I just want to cover a bunch of stuff. And I'm live on my other channel too, trying to get people to sub over there and to, you know, become aware of that because I am going to start doing some lives just over there. But those will be more like loosely based, not necessarily true crime, just kind of like, you know, any topic type thing, maybe more panels over there, just not any stress with like trying to stay on topic on about a case. It'll just be more like a loose, if that makes sense. Um, okay. So hold on. All right. So let's start with the upbringing, like his past. Cuz I don't know a lot about. I didn't know where, you know, where he came from or anything like that. And I haven't even really read. I just kind of skimmed this to see, you know, if it was a how good it was, and so I didn't actually thoroughly read it through. So I'll be learning with you guys. But it looks like it's a very good article though, what it covers. It's like in different parts. Um okay, Tennessee Vols girl. It depends. I have 4 lives going on, and it's really only 2 lives, but I've been doing vertical and horizontal, which is just like a setting on there. Well, it recommends, like on YouTube or on StreamYard, it'll recommend you just do it both, like vertical and horizontal. So for both channels, I did vertical and horizontal. So depending on what chat you're in, you'll only see the chat in that chat. I'll see all of them on StreamYard. Um, but let me also say, so like I said before, um, what was I gonna say? Um, what was I gonna say? Oh, uh, if you prefer vertical, then just if you prefer vertical, I'm sorry, I'm like zoning out. Okay, so if you prefer vertical, then go to the vertical one. If you prefer horizontal, go to the horizontal one. So whatever you prefer, uh, some people like the vertical, some people like the horizontal, but I want you to be happy with the style that you like. So, So make sure you know there's another one. Just go to my channel lives and then pick the other one. So I'm giving both options, and they recommend it because it brings in different audiences. So, yeah. So make sure you're on the one you like. Okay. So the vertical is just like your whole phone, like when you watch TikTok or whatever, how that's set up, and they offer like special things where you could do like rubies and certain things like this virtual gifting or whatever, which is cool. Um, and then the horizontal is how I normally do it, where it's the widescreen. Okay. So let me actually bring up a vertical so I could see if anybody does like rubies and stuff. That's the only issue with those. They don't have those in StreamYard yet. I'm sure StreamYard will end up updating where they have them. So if I do miss thanking you, thank you ahead of time. I'm going to try to pull it up so I could try to make sure I'll keep an eye on that if anybody does like the rubies or anything. I think you could do, I'm calling them rubies, but there's different things that are like virtual. Oh, thanks, Steph and Callie. Thank you. Okay. So, did we read it? Hold on a second. What am I doing here? I'm trying to pull up my vertical one so I could see. Okay. Nobody's in my vertical one. Huh. Okay, Horsley is. Okay. All right, guys, let's get started. Let's start with upbringing. Let me take a sip of my coffee real quick. But hi, Quick K Horsley. Hey. Like I said, if you don't see anybody in the chat, because there'll be 4 different chats. I know it's confusing. I just wanted to get people familiar with my other channel, number 1. And then number 2, I am going to be doing horizontal and vertical now at both because it's just a recommended thing that YouTube does. But there'll be some more people in horizontal, K Horsley. I see you're the only one in that one, but usually there's people in there. Just give it time. Or if you want to go to the horizontal one or whatever. But yeah, okay. On mute. Okay, yes. Hold on. How long have I been on mute? It should be other channel. Wait. Explanation, other channel, I think it is. Hold on, let me make sure. I shouldn't be muted now, right? I just want to make sure that pops up. And then, of course, you're going to see me commenting on both. Yeah. Maybe it is another channel. It could be second channel. Me and Ashley did it the other day, and it was, maybe it's second channel. Hold on. If not, I'll just grab the link. I'll just go to the channel. But I just want to learn what it is real quick so I know. Yeah, second channel. There it is, right there. Callie. Steph and Callie. All right, so I'm gonna share my screen. I'm gonna start. I did text my mods. I texted no, Hope G, if you're listening, I still need a way to get a hold of you. I never did get a way to get a hold of you, so I still have to do that. Remind me when she comes in, or somebody remind her, or remind me to remind her. I forgot to text Casey though. Hold on. Oh, hey Sydney. Let me text Casey real quick. Hold on. I'm live. I'll text All Sane too. I don't know if All Sane will see it. I give him a hard time because he doesn't. No, I'll quit picking on him. Okay, about him not responding. All right. All right, let's do this. I'm gonna read this first because I think it's kind of interesting. This article, like I said, it's like his growing up and stuff. Okay. All right, so let me share my screen. I'm trying to think if I just should. Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna share this screen and do it. Yeah. Okay. So I don't have to turn my head. I'm gonna do it this way. Okay. All right, let's do this. Oh, let me make it bigger. Yeah, they had some good pictures of him when he's young. I mean, just to see. Is anybody familiar with like his past and stuff? Or has anybody read this article? Oh yeah, here we go. So here's a couple pictures. There he is. I can recognize when he's younger. And then he has a brother Mark and then a sister. There he is right there. 1957. Wow. Easter baskets. Okay. Oh, thank you, Stephen Callie. Thank you. Oh my God. I saw that pop up and then I got sidetracked. Thank you so much for that super chat, by the way. I saw it and I didn't even say thank you. I appreciate that. Spring break, yeah. Wait, are you spring break like from college or spring break from what? Remind me. Are you in school or are you like on vacation for spring break or do you have kids that are on spring break or what's the situation? Um, I will check back on your answer. I'm going to start reading and then see what you say. Okay. Here we go. So this is called, oh, I wasn't even all the way down up. Jeffrey Epstein, The Making of a Monster. Oh, I'm a teacher. Ah, teacher. I didn't even think about that. You're a teacher. I do have kids, but they're on the college break, spring break timeline. Awesome. You're a teacher. What do you teach? That's awesome. Okay. Like what grade? Here we go. After months of trawling through the Epstein files, our writers pinned down the elusive truth behind the question, who was he? And this is Telegraph. Okay. Had the financier and convicted PDF file Jeffrey Epstein been motivated by an urge to destroy others during his lifetime? He could never have engineered events so effectively as he has managed to from the grave. Epstein was a man who contaminated everyone who came into contact with him, um, as shown by the continued release of his millions of emails and documents. The material is not only staggering in its sheer volume, but for what it reveals about his life and crimes, not at least in the network of connections that he established through the years, from magnates and politicians to celebrities and members of the royal family. Dozens have been disgraced, but only 3 people have been arrested: Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, Peter Mandelson, and Ghislaine Maxwell, who alone has been convicted of conspiring with Epstein to SA and minors. The blizzard of redactions in the files protects not only the young victims he preyed upon, but others complicit in his crimes. Spencer Cooven is a Florida lawyer who represented the first of Epstein's underage victims when he was arraigned on the charge of trafficking in 2008. Epstein was found guilty of procuring a person under the age of 18 for prostitution. Cooven hired psychologists to prepare a profile of the financier who concluded that he was a narcissist, incapable of empathy, and saw himself as a master of puppets. But how did this nondescript son of blue collar worker gain the power and influence to topple the rich and well connected and destroy the lives of so many? Who exactly was Jeffrey Epstein? Part 1: The Boy from Coney Island. A Boy Scout who stayed out of trouble. Epstein's 4 grandparents were all Jewish immigrants from Eastern Europe who settled in New York in the early 20th century. He grew up in a working class family in Coney Island, Brooklyn. A mix of Jews, a mixed Jewish and Italian American neighborhood. The eldest of 2 sons born to Seymour and Pauline Epstein. Seymour worked as a manual laborer for the New York City Parks Department. Pauline was a school aide. And then, like I said, this is him right here and right there. I'm sure that's his dad, right? Dad kind of looks old to have, like maybe he was an older dad, you know. He had him a little. I don't know. It's hard to tell because people back then looked older than people today, you know. Epstein grew up in a working class. Oh wait, already that's just a little thing under the picture. Okay. The family lived in rented rooms in a clapboard house that accommodated 3 families in the Seagate estate. Um, Modest and respectable. Epstein shared a bedroom with his brother Mark. Seagate was a gated community 2 miles from the beach, a fact that allowed Epstein and his brother to grow up protected from the rougher elements outside the perimeter. It was not unusual for neighborhood kids to earn pocket money by running errands for local mobsters, but Epstein avoided such activities. He was a Boy Scout who had graduated as a tenderfoot at the age of 10 from his local troop, intended to avoid trouble. I keep making sure I'm not muted. Keep thinking since I have 2 screens up for Zeke's is like, look how he's. No, you can't tell his head. Anyway, Epstein would always maintain a sentimental attachment to his old neighborhood. In years to come, naming the different companies that looked after his properties after streets around his boyhood home: Maple, Laurel, Cypress, and Neptune. Um, Speaking to Thomas Volshow, an associate professor of sociology at the City University of New York, who is writing a book about Epstein's family friend Gary Grossberg, said that Pauline and Seymour were wonderful, caring people. Seymour possessed, he said, a lot of empathy. He was on a different vibration, nothing at all like Mark and Jeffrey. Volshow first became interested in Epstein in 2005 when one night, taking turns with his wife to stay awake while looking after a newborn baby, he came upon a small news story about police in Florida investigating Epstein. Wait, so he's saying this guy in 2005 looking at, okay. I thought, wow, some rich guy in Florida got arrested for prostitution. He tells the Telegraph, maybe the world is changing and they're finally going after people like that. It was the beginning of an obsession. Teaching his students on the subject of class and inequality, he would bring up the picture of Epstein on the New York SO registry. So that's I use those initials for the offender registry. Describing his wealth and his crimes. His students, he says, were blown away about by the magnitude of both. Epstein himself was an accomplished math student. One high school teacher would remember that he would very respectfully correct the teacher's math in class, and an accomplished pianist. By 14, he was earning pocket money by playing at bar mitzvahs and birthdays, handing out cards inscribed Jeff Epstein, piano, accordion, all occasions. And in 1967, on the recommendation of his piano teacher, he attended summer camp at the prestigious Interlochen Center for the Arts in Michigan. Future alumni include the pop stars Nora Jones and Chappelle Roan. As we shall see, it proved to be a formative experience in Epstein's life. I don't give a confidence. At 16, having skipped 2 grades, Epstein graduated from high school. A classmate would recall Epstein telling him that one day he would become very rich. He went on to attend Cooper Union, a private college in New York, on a scholarship, studying maths and physics, but dropped out after 2 years and began taking classes at New York University Current Institute of Mathematics. An illuminating insight into Epstein at this time comes from an entry that his childhood friend Terry, Johnny Boy Kafka, wrote for the inclusion in a birthday book put together for Epstein's 50th birthday in 2003 by Ghislaine Maxwell. Um, so what is it though? Okay, Kafka writes of a backpacking trip to Europe with Epstein when they were around 17 or 18, spent sleeping on beaches and living on bread and cheese, which really opened Epstein's eyes to another world. The following year, Epstein traveled to London, coming home with a beautiful British babe, name redacted. You had such chutzpah to bring her to your beautiful, civilized, impressive home on Maple Ave. So that's what I think that's what they're saying. He's was what he wrote um in the 50th birthday cards or whatever they were putting together for Epstein, sorry. The reference to Epstein's home was sarcastic. It was far from beautiful. Kafka goes on, think back. Wait, sorry. Think back on that now. That shows a lot. It really does. You didn't give a about what she thought because he doesn't. He just like writes the S and then well because they're writing the article, but basically he didn't give a crap about what she thought. You had to have confidence and I don't give a crap attitude to bring blank home into your Seagate world. You began to realize that you could get away with crap. That chicks and people in general were schmucks. You sensed that you were sharper and more astute than most, especially the ones who had women, money, position, and power. Yes, your charisma and persuasive ways came very early on, and oh, and you didn't learn life's lessons in your house. You learned them from us. His mother, Pauline, also wrote a message. Jeff, you have been a good son from day one, and we have been proud of you ever since. Today, a limousine awaits you as a dignitary. She never lived to see her good son being indicted in 2006 on charges related to soliciting prostitution from minors. She died in 2004. I want to make sure, since I'm not looking at. Hold on a second. Okay. Okay, sorry. I just want to make sure if anybody, like, if I'm muted or somebody tries to call and tell me that I'll see it. So, well, I mean, his mom never lived to see that, her son being indicted. Wonder what they would think. Like, what do parents think, like having a son that would, I mean, they probably would believe the son that it was all crap and it was not the way that it came about, or that what people were saying, I should say. Anyway, the quick learner who lied and lied. Epstein left college without a degree. For a while, he worked at his brother's silkscreen business, handling sales, and for a friend's roofing company. But in 1974, he got a job teaching maths and physics at the Dalton School, a prestigious private prep school on Manhattan's Upper East Side. In 2003 interview with Business Insider, Epstein talked of how work wasn't something that I thought made a lot of sense. But after reading a book about the wealthiest private schools in the US, he targeted Dalton because it had a different class of students than he had come across before. Um, on his CV, Epstein lied that he had a degree in physics from Cooper Union and a degree in mathematics from New York University. In truth, he had only a high school diploma and no training as a teacher, but nonetheless, he got the job. It was his first exposure to the truly wealthy. He would later tell the journalist Michael Wolff in an unpublished interview, which surfaced in the released files, that he concluded that the rich had just as many problems as people in Coney Island, but different ones, almost invariably involving divorce and money. I found it interesting as a science experiment. It did not really involve me. I could just stand back and watch, Epstein said. Epstein was from a working class background. Thomas Volshow says he sees the Upper East Side, Manhattan, and probably figures out a way he could scam his way inside. It must have been kind of funny when he went home and told his friends he'd get a job at a private school. Like these stupid idiots. I just lied on my resume and I got the job. I'm sure that was a humorous thing that he could pull off. That he could pull that off. My mom talks. Wow, these people must be really stupid. Photographs from the period show Epstein with long hair, looking more like an aspiring rock musician than a teacher. Despite Dalton's strict dress code, students would remember him wandering the halls in a fur coat, gold chains, and an open shirt that exposed his chest. He was a popular figure with students, most of whom remember him paying particular attention to girls without making any unwanted contact. And then look, there he is right there. I don't think he's. Oh wait, there he is. That's from a different time period, right? I think that's him. And then there, look at those eyes. Those look creepy. And then I'm not sure. Maybe that's his dad or something. I don't know. And then there he is right there. Oh, let me take another sip real quick. Oh, third grade stuff. Okay. Okay. So his stay at Dalton did not last long. Epstein was dismissed following complaints from the science department about his teaching methods and persistent absenteeism. But he was about to be given another unexpected break. According to Epstein himself, the father of a student at Dalton told him he should be working on Wall Street. The man suggested he call Ace Greenberg, the chief executive of the investment and brokerage firm Bear Stearns. Oh my God, my mom talks so loud. Is it, can you guys hear that? I'm gonna have to, because if so, I'll shut the other door. I leave a back way so Zeke could go in and out, but dang it, she's on speaker and talking so loud. It doesn't bother me, but is it, can you guys hear it? I want you to be able to follow. Oh. So this says a book compiled by Ghislaine Maxwell for Epstein's 50th birthday in 2003 includes photographs of him as a teenager with a close-knit group of friends. So it must include these, the book compiled. No? Okay. Not many people are chatting. Where's everybody at? Okay. An alternative version is that on the verge of being fired from Dalton, Epstein pleaded with a member of the school's board of trustees to be introduced to Greenberg, who had a policy of hiring young strivers who were what he described as PSDs, poor, smart, and with a deep desire to become rich. Epstein fitted the bill. On his list of character references, he included his friend Terry Kafka, giving him the bogus honorific doctor. The friend who owned the roofing company where Epstein had worked was elevated to the status of professor. Wait, hold on a second. So he's saying on his list of character references, he included his friend and gave him the bogus. So basically lied and said, oh, he's a doctor. So he said Terry was a doctor. And then his friend who owned a roofing company, he said, was a professor. And then Epstein also included his girlfriend. So he's just been scamming his whole life. Among others solicited for a reference was Rita Goodman, the aging landlady of the Epstein family home, who described him as a bright, well-behaved young man of good character. According to an internal Bear Stearns memo, Dalton supplied references that contained no hint of the reservations they had about him. Um, Commending his leadership. So who's Dalton? Wait, Dalton is which one then again? Epstein. Because they're saying, according to the internal Bear Stearns memo, Dalton supplied references that contained no hint of the reservations they had about him, commending his leadership and supervisory ability, and describing him as cooperative and honest. Cooperative and honest. The way they wrote that, it made me say it like that. Cooperative. That was proved to be false just a few months into the job when a routine check of Epstein's resume revealed a catalog of lies. Among them, his claim that he had graduated from Cooper Union and that he had taught mathematics for a year at UC Berkeley. Challenged by Michael Tenenbaum, another executive, Epstein talked his way out of trouble. Tenenbaum told the New York Times, was a hell of a salesman. Sorry, I keep getting paranoid and keep checking to make sure. Um, okay, so it was a critical moment. Epstein had lied and got away with it, establishing a pattern that was to persist throughout his life. Whatever his other talents and vices, at heart, Epstein was, above all, an accomplished con man. It had probably helped that he was also dating Ace Greenberg's daughter, Lynn. She later broke off the relationship, describing Epstein as someone who lied about everything, gaining trust and taking advantage. Meanwhile, it was a boom time on Wall Street and Epstein was a quick study. By the age of 27, he was making $200,000 a year. He had an apartment in Midtown Manhattan, close to Studio 54, where he became a regular, unusually abstinent among the nightclub's glittering clientele. He never drank or took drugs. He met Helen Gurley Brown, the editor of Cosmopolitan, and in 1980, Epstein was named as the magazine's Bachelor of the Month, described as a dynamo who talks only to people who make over $1 million a year. If you're a cute Texas girl, write to this New York dynamo. In his interview with Wolf, Epstein described himself as a playboy who had no intention of ever getting married. Man, I can't read this and concentrate. My mom is being too loud. Hold on. I can't. I'll be right back. Okay, sorry, I'm back. I just told her if she could talk a little bit lower because I was having trouble. I'm hearing. See, this pretty much blocks out a lot. So what I'm hearing, you're hearing it. I'm hearing it way louder, and it's like so loud in my ear, and I'm reading, and it's like I can't even focus. She laughed at me though. Okay, let's do this. Oh, mods, can you explain why people can only see parts of the chats and stuff? Because I have explained. Oh, I guess there is no mods in here. Well, I don't know where everybody's at. Okay, so where are we at? Hey, baby. Wait, let me read this part up here. So he met Helen Gurley Brown, the editor of Cosmopolitan, and in 1980, Epstein was named as the magazine's Bachelor of the Month, described as a dynamo who talks only to people who make over $1 million a year. If you're a cute Texas girl, write to this New York dynamo. Um, Wait, what year was that? 1980. He Bachelor of the Month. Wow, in 1980. In his interview with Wolf, Epstein described himself as a playboy who had no intention of ever getting married. I enjoyed sex. I adore women. I wanted freedom. I was attracted to the rich because of their freedom. But I wanted also to avoid their burdens, and I didn't want to hide. I didn't want to be a hypocrite. I wanted to be free. I was not remotely ambivalent about what I wanted. To be free. That was the reason to make money. Epstein was an invet- inveterate liar and cheat. Some employees at Bear Stearns regarded him as a sleazeball. Yeah, but ethics and character were not paramount on Wall Street. And as long as he was making money, in 1980, he flew to the Caribbean for a conference, spending $10,000 on jewelry and clothing for his girlfriend, which he put on expenses. He was warned by his conduct and no further action was taken. Look at that picture of him. Yeah, so I'm live. So now I'm live on both my channels, Sydney, and then not only that, but when I do vertical and horizontal, those are two different streams. So you only be able to see whatever stream you're in. I could see them all though. Like the way StreamYard works, I could see them all. They come to me all together. But I mean, why isn't nobody chatting? Guys, help me share this. Go share this out and get some people in here because we're gonna dig through the files too after this. Or is this interesting to you though, or no? Are you guys bored with the? I think it's kind of interesting to at least learn where he all came from. So then when we go over the files, we kind of have a background of like where this scam jerk come from. Anyway, so this says girls on my boat. So this must have been some pictures that was from the 50th party thingy. And some people wrote on it is what I'm guessing. Cause it says girls on my boat, something picked up girls on something on Brack. I tell this or suits off, but it's cut off. But this is during his early days as a financier living in Manhattan, Epstein became a regular at New York Studio 54, formerly CBS Studio 52. Unusually abstinent among the nightclub's clientele, he never drank and took drugs. But March 1981, he overstepped the mark and was suspended by the bank for a violation of and the National Association of Securities Dealers regulations after making a loan to a school friend for the purpose of buying securities and for giving his girlfriend early access to shares. Wow. Um, he was fined 2,500 and suspended for 2 months. But indignant at the punishment, wasn't everybody on the make? Epstein resigned. He took with him some of the bank's richest clients, including Marvin Davis, a a developer, and Herb Siegel, a major media advisor. Hey, Hope, what's up? Thanks for coming. Hey, will you email me so we have a way to connect? So I could message you when I go live. But it's no big deal, mods. Like if you the new mods, Hope and Cat Mouse, like you don't always have to come. You know what I'm saying? If you can't be here, I get it. So don't feel bad, like, oh my god. But I just want to wait so I can at least let you know when I'm gonna be live. That's all. Hey Robin. Okay, so where are we at? Epstein set up his own consulting business, Intercontinental Assets Group, Inc., working out of his apartment on East 66th Street. He advised clients on tax avoidance and evasion, making connections between bankers and wealthy clients. At the same time, bilking investors by using their money to make big profits in illegal market manipulation. schemes without paying them back. He ran a web of different bank accounts in the name of corporate entities with no apparent business purpose, making his money and liabilities difficult to track. How do I sound? How do I sound, by the way? Is everything good? Oh, yeah, I forgot to check with you guys. Should be good. Should be good. Should be good. Right. Okay. In 1982, he was introduced to Michael Stroll, who ran a pinball and video game company. Stroll gave Epstein $450,000, 10% of his total net worth, to invest in a crude oil deal that Epstein was pitching. Within 2 years, the money had vanished. Whoa, I didn't know that. The dispute ended up in civil court, with Stroll arguing that Epstein had promised to return his money but never did. A judge ruled that Epstein was not personally liable, and the case was settled out of court. Epstein would later describe Stroll as a disgruntled, at one time friend, loser in a lawsuit after the loss of his investment, looking to me for reimbursement. Stroll would describe Epstein as a despicable prick and lament to Thomas Volshow, and unknowingly ceded his growth. Or wait, in lament to Thomas Volshow, I unknowingly ceded his growth. Why can't I talk right now? I unknowingly ceded his growth. I smell a rat and I don't trust him. By now, Epstein was a millionaire many times over, but in 1987, he met the man who would bring him unimagined riches. Leslie Wexner was the billionaire founder and chairman of L Brands, the parent company of clothing labels such as Victoria's Secret and The Limited. Epstein had been recommended to Wexner by Robert Meister, the vice chairman of Aon, the global brokerage and insurance company, whom Epstein had first met in 1985 on a first-class flight from New York to Miami. Wexner's finances were in a tangle, and Meister told him that Epstein was the man to untangle them. So here's Jeffrey. There's Wexner. There's Jeffrey right here. Oh my God, he's got like something over his head. He's got like a gun or a fake gun or something. It looks like he's putting in his, I don't know, crotch or whatever. 1980, Epstein was named Cosmopolitan Bachelor of the Month. Towards the end of that decade, he was introduced to billionaire business Leslie Wexner, the man who would bring him unimagined riches. So he's the I mean, I shouldn't say it, because if I was gonna say it's all your fault because you made him who he was, in a way, like as far as like gave him the access to other people, because you know what I'm saying, give him the trust in your money, which made other people use them, and then made him become this really rich, powerful person, Epstein, I mean. But the thing is if Wexner didn't do it, I'm sure somebody else would have freaking ended up having him invest his money, and you know what I'm saying? Wexner had Harold Levin, his financial advisor, fly to New York to meet Epstein. According to the New York Times, Levin left the meeting and immediately called Wexner, telling him, "I smell a rat. I don't trust him." Wexner ignored the warning to his cost. Epstein cultivated Wexner like a con man with a mark. In 1990, Levin was shocked to learn that Wexner had hired Epstein over his head, and in 1991 had given Epstein power of attorney over his $2.5 billion fortune, allowing him to sign Wexner's name, hire and fire staff, buy and sell property, and borrow money on Wexner's behalf. That's freaking crazy. And especially after the one guy that he went in to meet him said, I smell a rat. So not only you're gonna hire him, but you're gonna give him power of attorney? That is just nuts. Rubbing salt in the wound, Epstein spread rumors on Wall Street that Wexner had fired Levin for misappropriating funds. Levin couldn't get a job. His wife filed for divorce, and his 3 children stopped speaking to him. Epstein, he said later, ruined my life. I lost everything. Epstein inveigled his way into Wexner's life to the point that the billionaire treated him like a cross between a mafia consigliere and a son. According to Vanity Fair, when Wexner wanted to break up with his girlfriend, it was Epstein who paid her off. Why would you have to pay off your girlfriend? Like, that's interesting. So, oh, I get it. Oh no, it would only be his girlfriend. I was gonna say, like, is it like alimony? But no, it's his girlfriend. So what do you mean you have to pay her off? That means that makes me think, if you think about it, she had some stuff on Wexner. You know what I'm saying? So she's like, I'll pay you off if you just keep quiet because he's dumping her. So maybe they were afraid she was gonna go expose him. Oh, anyway. When Wexner wanted to see the musical Cats, Epstein arranged to have the cast perform at his mansion. Epstein was very gifted at finding loopholes to avoid paying taxes. Volsho says he learned that at Bear Stearns, and he learned that at Bear Stearns, and he was extremely good at it. But at the same time, when you become someone's financial advisor, you learn all their secrets. So that's the risk the client takes. Yeah. Are you guys bored with this, or should I like start going into the files? Or, I mean, it's like, where's everybody at? Come. You guys help me share this out and get some people in. Get my algorithm up there. I need to get my algorithm. No, that's why. Cause they already flagged my video, so they're not gonna be. Had them review it. What did I say that it would already be flagged? It's probably the P word. I knew I shouldn't say that. See, that's the issue. This is why I try not to say certain words, because once you flag it, then they stop recommending the video and then it performs poorly. They already flagged it. And the only word I feel like that I said different, like, than my last lives yesterday. I said, I talked about Epstein, and it's fine. And I'm thinking the word is the PROSTI, that word. I debated as I was saying it, like maybe I shouldn't say that. I don't think I said anything else. Dang it. Okay, so I'm gonna finish reading. Oh, okay, good hope. That's probably a good thing when people aren't chatting as much. They're paying attention. That's a good point. Oh, shoot. I'm over there hitting buttons again. I don't want to do what I did last night. All right, hold on one second. And then that does suck because I was planning on doing like a long live. So then if it's flagged and not monetizable, that means like no revenue, which sucks. For what? Because I said a word that I'm supposed to say a code. You know what I'm saying? It's just ridiculous. Anyway, Epstein was very gifted at finding loopholes to avoid paying taxes. Oh, I already read this part. Okay. Oh, no, I didn't. Volsho says he learned that Bear Stearns, he was extremely good at it, but at the same time, when you become someone's financial advisor, you'll learn all their secrets. So that's the risk client takes. A lot of people have depicted Wexner as some kind of monster. Volsho continues. I don't think that's true. He was a very mild mannered person, and one of the reasons he hired Epstein was to do some of the meaner things that Wexner couldn't do. Um, huh. Like firing people, hardball negotiations, and so on. And Epstein was very, very charming. Even victims have said it was hard to hate the guy, despite what he had done to them. He was like the con man who could con the other con men. And this overlaps with the, see, I'm gonna be careful what I say here. The S grooming and S trafficking. Anybody who grooms. God, my leg hurts. See, I feel like those two words too is gonna be a trigger. Because I'm hoping I requested a review, so I'm hoping they just let this go. But anyone who grooms, younger people and young women is essentially a con artist. burnishing an image of privilege. With access to Wexner's fortune, Epstein's own wealth increased stratospherically. Yeah, laying the foundations for what would become his extensive ST operation. I'll just say ST. You guys understand what that means, right? Because I don't even know if this word itself could trigger it. I sometimes say it and sometimes not, but I don't like to say these two together. It's such a stupid game we have to play though. It's like, think about this though. What why is what I've said so far today, right? Why is that gonna be flagged so I can't, get revenue? But then yesterday those were fine. We're talking about the same concept, right? And think about all the stuff I went over yesterday. You know what I'm saying? It's not consistent. So like, how is a person supposed to learn what it is that they did wrong? Like, how would you try to figure that out? Like, okay, wait, yesterday's video is fine. What did I do? I mean, it's you can't. You just guess and you become more code words and everything. Anyway. In 1990, he bought a house in Florida's Palm Beach, and in early 1992, he moved into a grand townhouse on Manhattan's Upper East Side, paying $15,000 a month in rent. Then in 95, he moved into one of New York's grandest private houses, which occupied almost a half a block on East 71st Street between 5th and Madison. The property, a 7-story Beaux Arts house, which had once been a convalescent home and then a private school, belonged to Wexner. Oh, it was a school? Wait, 7-story. So it was once a home and then a school. Wow. Wexner had bought it in 1989 for $13.2 million, then the highest recorded price for a townhouse in Manhattan. Wait, did I read that right? 7-story is considered a townhouse? But he spent most of his time at the rambling estate he owned in Ohio. Yeah, because he's from Columbus. At some point in the mid 1990s, Wexner transferred the property to Epstein's control under circumstances that remain cloudy. A New York Times interview in 96, in which he was described as Wexner's protege, and one of his financial advisors, Epstein said that Wexner had never spent more than 2 months in the New York house. In 1998, Epstein bought the house for a reported $20 million. In the early 1990s, Epstein purchased a private jet, hired 2 pilots, and began flying extensively. One of his first flights in August, was from New Jersey to the small regional airport in Traverse City, Michigan. From there, he drove some 15 miles to the place he had spent the summer as a 14-year-old, the Interlochen Center for Arts. Traveling with him was the woman who was his sometime lover and whom Epstein described as his best friend, Ghislaine Maxwell. Part 2, the Arc Manipulator. Jane Doe, the first victim. In his letter in the book Ghislaine Maxwell made for Epstein's 50th birthday. In his letter in the book Ghislaine Maxwell made for Epstein's 50th birthday, childhood friend Terry Kafka reminisces about how different the teenage Jeffrey was from his friends and makes specific references to Interlochen. So talking about like how different he was. Yeah, so even when Jeffrey was a teenager, how different he was compared to all the friends. His friends. Okay, so we have Jeffrey and one of his victims, Jeffrey and Ghislaine. Epstein met Ghislaine, 91. Oh, this is just repeating what was in the article. I guess there's a little bit of something new. So Epstein met Ghislaine, 91, becoming sometimes lovers and best friends. A few years later, the pair visited the Interlochen Center for the Arts in Michigan, where they targeted the first victim of Epstein's compulsive. What can I say for the outward? Because the outward even might be something rooming of I don't know. I could just say kids. There's no way kids. We can't say the word kid. It just depends on what context. But basically, kids for what the deal. You know what he was doing. So that's they were targeting them. So and we know he was asking for people under 18. Remember, that's what he preferred, people under 18. Um, and so yeah, so they would use the Center for Arts. So they basically use. Think about that. That's crazy because that's where he went when he was a teenager, right? Hold on, let me see some. When he was 14 years old, he went to that Interlochen Center for Arts. Okay. So now he's going there with her, trying to find kids. So trying to find women that were his age when he used to go there. That's just crazy. Anyway, you were special. You did things like, so this is what one of his friends, that Kafka, childhood friends, is writing. Because remember, this picked up where he said he was different than his other friends. And then he writes, you were special. You did things like music camps in Michigan, etc. Which brings me to when you lost your virginity. You may not remember, but I was under the same roof. That could be New Year's Eve in 66 or 67, not sure. The first time I ever flew was with you. I went with you to Michigan to visit your friend, the Interlochen girl, for New Year's Eve. It was the first time I had ever laid eyes on a bright, attractive, bubbly, blue-eyed Midwestern female. She was like an alien to me. She wasn't Jewish or Italian. Wasn't she your first? Question mark. In grand jury hearing in 21, in the trial against Maxwell, the court was told how, on arriving at Interlochen, Epstein and Maxwell had approached a 14-year-old girl known to the court as Jane Doe, who was sitting at a picnic table between classes. They told her they were donors looking to give scholarships to aspiring artists. When the girl asked why they had approached her, Maxwell allegedly replied that it was because Epstein liked her beautiful blue eyes. It was believed that the Jane Doe was the first victim of Epstein's compulsive grooming of them. Okay. I mean, Mellow, hey! Guys, help me share that. Will you guys like to help me share some? Help me share this video. Let's get this out. Let's get a big crowd in here. Look at Zeke. He's ready. He's getting cozy. When the girl said she came from Palm Beach, Maxwell asked her, she asked for her phone number, suggesting that Epstein might help her with a scholarship. That's just sick that they did that. Shortly afterwards, the Jane Doe and her mother visited Epstein at his home in Palm Beach. It was the beginning of a series of visits and enticements, including Epstein paying for her voice lessons and giving money to her mother to help with bills. Wow. That's just crazy. But wait, what was the scholarships for? They were saying to give her scholarships to aspiring artists. Okay. Man. When the girl told Epstein that it was her ambition to be an actress and model, he told her he was best friends with the owner of Victoria's Secret. He told her that she would have to have photographs taken and that she should be comfortable in her underwear and not be a prude. The court was told. Wow. But wait, I have a question. Do you think he was saying that in front of her mom? Or was this private? Because, I mean, there's some people's with their parents sit there and freaking sell off their kids. Or you know what I'm saying? Oh, they're gonna pay for our bills. Yeah, do it. It's sick. This world is sick. Look at this next one. When asked what he meant by that, he pulled her into his lap and wait, are they saying that when that first meeting, like when she was 14, that happened? Where was the mother? Wow. From there, the abuse escalated to concluded um I don't know. I'm trying to think of code words. I don't even know what to say. I don't know why I shouldn't be able to say some of this. I'm trying to think oh shoot, I did the wrong one. Hold on. Let me put it over here and do You guys could read what the words I won't say. Where did I go? That's crazy. So he pulled her onto his lap and basically did himself, and then it escalated, as time went on to the actual act. And then an essay in Florida and New York over a 3-year period. So for 3 years, it just escalated, and oh, there's them two little evils. And happy birthday. So for his party. Um, Maxwell and Epstein had their first date shortly after she had fled to New York following the death of her father. The newspaper magnate Robert Maxwell, that's her dad, sorry. Between 90 and 2003, Epstein gave 400,000 in donations to Interlocking, including 200,000 towards building the Jeffrey Epstein Scholarship Lodge, which he had the use of for 2 weeks a year, according to Thomas Volshow. Some years later, Epstein and Maxwell approached a girl whose family had left South Africa when the country was going through turmoil. The pair told her to think of Epstein as like Oscar Schindler from the film Schindler's List, who could save her by giving her a scholarship. She too was groomed in the same manner as Jay. This is just sick. Interlochen had stated that 2 internal reviews conducted in 2009 and 2019 had found no record of complaint or concern about Epstein, and that its policies then and now do not permit unsupervised contact between students and donors. Wow. I was duped by a world-class con man. Back in New York, Leslie Wexner has said that he cut off contact with Epstein in 2007. An 86-page investigative memo prepared by New York federal prosecutors in 2019 revealed in the Epstein files included claims by Wexner's lawyers that Epstein had stolen or misappropriated several $100 million from Wexner over the years, as Epstein exercised control over the billionaire's finances with virtually no oversight. According to a memo in January 2008, in a private settlement, Epstein returned $100 million to Wexner, marking the last time Wexner claims he had contact with him. It has been widely rumored that Epstein had knowledge of Wexner's alleged bisexuality. So I didn't know that. Okay. That's crazy though. Wait a minute. Did you guys watch his deposition? Because do you remember when, if you guys watched it, I watched some of it. I don't know if I watched it all. I might have watched it all. But they asked him if he ever had like sex with Epstein, and he says, "No, I'm straight." Huh. I guess it says alleged bisexuality. Beyond any suggestion, wait. It was widely rumored that Epstein had knowledge of Wexner's alleged bisexuality beyond any suggestion of Epstein's trafficking activities. Excuse me. So beyond any suggestion. Huh. In a sworn deposition in 2016, Epstein victim Virginia alleged that she was ST'd to Wexner by Epstein and on multiple occasions. So she's one of saying that she was, basically, given to Wexner by Epstein on multiple occasions, a claim that was strenuously denied by Wexner's lawyers, who said that he had never met Guffrey and that any claims to the contrary were not true. In 2019, in an open letter on his foundation's website, Wexner referred to his discovery that Epstein was embezzling funds as tremendous shock, even though it clearly pales in comparison to the unthinkable allegations against him now. There's them too. Leslie Wexner held Epstein in high regard until he finally cut ties with him in 2007 after Epstein embezzled the several $100 million. In a lengthy statement in February submitted to the U.S. Congress House Oversight Committee, Wexner said he was naive, foolish, and gullible to trust Epstein, but insisted he had nothing to hide. To my enormous embarrassment and regret, I was duped by a world-class conman. Epstein lived a double life, he said, calling the PDF aisle clever, diabolical, and a master manipulator. I'll just say PDF. I'm not even going to say the whole thing because it sounds too close to that. And I feel like I need to get like a little list and be like, okay, code for this, code for that. But that's why I like to put what I'm reading up there so then you could just read what I don't say. Hopefully everybody could see it. But yeah, so he's saying that Wexner saying Epstein lived a double life, calling Epstein clever, diabolical, and a master manipulator. I can't undo that part of my personal history, even as I regret ever having met him. I completely, irrevocably cut ties with Epstein nearly 20 years ago when I learned that he was an abuser, a crook, and a liar. Wexner maintained that he had never witnessed nor had any knowledge of Epstein's criminal activity and never saw or heard about Epstein being in the company of a minor. Once I learned of his abusive conduct and left from my family, I never spoke with Epstein again. Never. Oh, wait, I said that wrong. Once I learned of his abusive conduct and theft from my family, I never spoke with Epstein again. Never. And then this is people that are, writing on that 50th book. Somebody writes, once upon a time, an intelligent something, sharp-witted man they call mysterious. It's hard to read. Um, something with my life. I don't know. Call what? Mysterious, parachuted, preacher. I don't know. My life. I don't know. Can you guys read that? Parachuted into my life. That's what it says. They call, I think, mysterious, parachuted into my life, maybe. And then you got Clinton, Ghislaine, Jeffrey. I don't know. I don't know. Remember, you guys, I'm not as familiar. I'm just starting to get into this stuff, so I don't know everybody the people that have been following it, since the beginning would probably know. Wow. Okay, so where are we at? With his private jets and one of the largest residences in Manhattan, Epstein's influence extended to celebrities and politicians such as Bill Clinton. People would confide their deviance in him. A financier who knew Epstein well from 2011 onwards says that Epstein owed everything to Wexner and the money he had embezzled from the billionaire. Everyone talks about him like he was this great investor, but he passed on a lot of tech stock like Palantir and Spotify. He turned them down. He didn't do well in Silicon Valley. The money he had was from Wexner. And once you have 200 million, you have access to smart people, the kind of people who manage your money. But then you wonder how good an investor Epstein was, because the estate should be worth much more than it was at the time of his death. According to his estate accountant in 2019, Epstein's estate was worth 577 million. Just investing in the S&P 500 would have done better. The financier says if you had access to the people he had access to, then his money should have done better than that. I would have thought the estate should have been worth well over $1 billion. In 1993, Epstein donated $10,000 to the White House Historical Association, and accompanied by Maxwell, attended a dinner for donors, winning him an entree to the then President Bill Clinton's circle. He visited the White House multiple times in the 90s and hosted Clinton on his private jet for travel in the early 2000s. He established the J. Epstein Foundation, which solicited donations from wealthy clients and made bequests to gain access to influential figures, including David Rockefeller, who gave Epstein a place on the board of Rockefeller University in New York, which focuses on doctoral and postgraduate programs in medicine and biosciences. Particular interest of Epstein for his financial expertise. He also became a member of the Trilateral Commission, which had been founded in 1973 by Rockefeller and Brzezinski, a Polish American diplomat, to foster closer cooperation between the US, Europe, and Japan. These connections put him at the heart of a nexus of financiers, banks, and institutions and politicians, making Epstein's life grist for conspiracy theorists. Despite his conviction in 2008, the rich, powerful, and famous all came to his table. Some perhaps ignorant of his criminality, others indifferent to it, and more still finding commonality in Epstein's perversions. Epstein, it seems, collected people like Pokemon cards, one of each: a former president, a former prime minister, a member of the royal family, a leading banker, spinning all these different connections. Just being Jeffrey Epstein was a 24-hour business. People confided in him because he was charming and magnetic and seemed interested, Bolsho says. And then later on, when he was a known deviant, people would confide their deviance in him because he was worse than they were. There was a comfort level there. Following his conviction in 2008, Epstein appeared less in public. In his 50th birthday book in 2003, his mother had reminisced about the happy family gatherings of his youth and wrote, "Today you avoid gatherings, parties. Why?" Now people came to him. A pariah who thrived on secrecy, a British man who worked as one of Epstein's fixers in the period after his conviction, says that Epstein considered himself big enough and important enough that the mountain should come to Mohammed. He would hold court always casually dressed. He would pretty much always wear a tracksuit, frankly, like Jimmy Savile, says the fixer. From being the consigliere, I don't know if I'm saying that right, consigliere. Don't make fun of me if I'm not. Epstein was now the godfather. He didn't need the threat of violence to bend people to his will. He had something more powerful: knowledge of their finances, their private lives, and in some cases, their darkest secrets. Ugh, so creepy. Um, who's there? He is. I don't know. Can't tell who he's with. What does it say? You would spend hours, just waiting for him to turn up. You would spend many hours just waiting for him to turn up. In spite of his immense wealth, Epstein was known to have sparse tastes, with little interest in trappings such as designer clothing or lavish food and wine. He was an arch manipulator who knew exactly how to make money. James Henderson, one-time spokesman and public relations advisor for Sarah Ferguson, tells the Telegraph he saw knowledge as power, and he used all these rich people to get that knowledge and know-how to play them. It reminds me of, like, he's a bigger version of Puff Daddy. Puff Daddy wasn't as, because Epstein had all the most powerful people in the whole world. You know what I'm saying? And Sean Combs, P. Diddy, whatever, was like the same breed, but just not as big. But they did the same thing. They got dirt on people. They had these connections, and they got the dirt. But see, Epstein was a little more because not only he was bigger, more powerful people, but also because he knew their finances. Man, anyway, the British fixer agrees no grifter makes that amount of money. His greatest skill, if you can call it that, was that he figured out who in his world you might want to know and tried to find a way to offer that. So it could be that somebody in business wanted an introduction to somebody in Hollywood. He could do that. If you wanted girls, he could do that. I never saw the sordid part of it. I was in my 20s when I knew him, and I didn't need girls from Jeffrey Epstein. But if I had been 65 and rich, that's a thing he would have offered. The point is, whatever you were interested in, Jeffrey figured it out. He figured out what somebody needed, even if they were already established or important. He worked out how to be relevant to people. One indication of how Epstein saw himself can be on the ringtones on his phone at the time. The theme tunes from the James Bond and Rocky films. The ranges the range of his connections were staggering, bewildering. From Peter Thiel, the PayPal co-founder and venture capitalist, to the wellness guru and entrepreneur Deepak Chopra. That's that one that there's a ton of videos of him, I think. From the French banker Ariane de Rothschild, with whom Epstein exchanged some 5,500 emails, to the linguist and left-wing intellectual Noam Chomsky. In the unpublished interview with Epstein, Wolf writes, in a time of such radical flux and existential instability, everybody wants to seek out someone who might have some answers, or at least make you feel like he does. Even, and maybe especially the rich. The fact that he's an outsider, even a pariah, nobody you have to fear, in his own way a secret, and all powerful people like secrets, is, if you're not caught in his company, reassuring too. Wait, what? In his own way, a secret is reassuring too. Trying to read how they. Anyway. In some sense, Wolf continues, what goes on at Epstein's house confirms everyone's worst fears about power and the powerful. They are all in a secret and shared conversation. The world runs on insider information. A man forever calculating the next move. Epstein's world was defined by wealth, connections, and sex. Women were largely to be used, one exception being Selena Dubin, the daughter of an ex-girlfriend, and whom Epstein described as his goddaughter. It's alleged that Epstein said when Dubin was 19 that she was the only person I want to marry. Oh. Connections were leveraged to make other connections. Epstein making introductions, dropping names, and enticing tidbits about the people he knew and what he had on them. A chess game in which he was forever moving the pieces around the board, forever calculating the next move to his advantage. Epstein flattered himself as a Medici figure, a patron of the arts, and particularly the sciences. He made significant donations, notably $9.17 million to Harvard between the late 90s and 2007, including $6.5 million to establish the program for evolutionary dynamics. In 2000, he founded the Jeffrey Epstein VI Foundation to fund and support cutting-edge science around the world. Or that could be Jeffrey 6. I don't know what he meant. I don't know if that's supposed to stand for something, or is it supposed to be like the Roman numerals? Anyway, to fund and support cutting-edge science around the world. And in 2005, he funded the 100,000 Edge and Computation Prize to quantum computing pioneer David Deutsch. Edge, an organization of artists, scientists, and intellectuals, was created by John Brockman, a self-described cultural impresario. Its members and contributors include Elon Musk, Bill Gates, and a multitude of scientists, Silicon Valley tech figures, painters, and writers. Between 2001 and 2015, Epstein donated some $638,000 to Edge. He hosted dinners, gatherings, and informal conferences of scientists and scholars, often at his properties. In 2006, he organized a conference on St. Thomas, close to his island, Little St. James, on gravity and cosmology, attended by a host of prominent physicists and cosmologists, including 3 Nobel Prize-winning physicists, where speakers included Stephen Hawking. Epstein had particular interest in eugenics, and like Peter Thiel, Cryonics and the practice of or is the practice of freezing human bodies or brains to preserve them for potential revival in the future using advanced technology. That's creepy. Um, there's Stephen Hawking, and then so that must be Stuart Pivar, I'm guessing. Okay. Stuart Pivar was a chemist and art collector who, in an interview with the magazine Mother Jones in 2019, described Epstein as his best pal for decades. In '82, Pivar, along with Andy Warhol, founded the New York Academy of Art. Epstein would later serve on the Academy's board, and Pivar would go on to attend a number of Epstein's so called science summits. Pivar told the magazine that Epstein was a dilettante who didn't know anything about science, but was able to pull prominent scientists and thinkers into his circle with the promise of establishing some kind of mini university of thought. He was attempting somehow, in his ignorant and scientifically naive state, to do something scientifically important. He had no compunctions about inviting people, and since he had money, they would listen. Wait, did they say? Didn't know anything. Okay. Epstein, Pavar said, would often find himself out of his depth. He couldn't concentrate on a subject for more than 2 minutes before having to change the subject because he didn't know what anyone was talking about. uh, okay. And would interrupt. What's that got to do with? So, wait. So, he doesn't know what he's talking about. He's with all these smart people. He couldn't concentrate on the subject more than 2 minutes before having to change the subject because he didn't know what anyone was talking about. And then he would interrupt with, what's that got to do with P, the P word? That Pivar said was his favorite expression. It was a subject changer. So he said that Pivar said was his favorite expression. It was a subject changer. So that's, wow. I only have two interests. Epstein once told a longtime friend and former academic, science and the P word. Pivar ascribed Epstein's sexual convulsions as satiria. I don't know how to say that. Satiriasis. Satire. Satiriasis. I don't know. Uncontrollable desire in a man. Yeah, I mean, saying that Jeffrey was a very, very, very sick man who was in position financially to yield to it big time. Huh. There's Prince Andrew and Elaine and one of their victims, and then this is the whole thing. If I watched, I don't know if you guys watched Prince Andrew's interview. Forget when it was, but basically, he tried to say because this would have been the meeting after his first conviction in 2008, and they were like, "So you knew about, if you just you hung around with him because when you didn't know that he was doing that stuff supposedly, but after you knew about his charges, you went and met with him after that because somebody got a picture of him. And he tried to say, well, I was going to be in town and that's the kind of man I am. It shows what kind of man I am that I wanted to talk to him in person. And then the interviewer's like, yeah, but you stayed with him that whole week when you were in town. Like, well, I mean, he's just giving excuses and then trying to like give himself a compliment. I'm talking about Prince Andrew. Like that he's just like that kind of a guy. Like he wanted to go in person and tell him he was done with him. He's lying. And now he's in jail. Is he still in jail? They arrested him for it was for uh shoot, I forget how they worded it, but which would carry it could carry like a life sentence, I think. A long time. And they arrested him on his birthday. Hey Casey, hey Marnie. Hey Ashley, how are you? Anyway, okay, so let's continue here. Both Maxwell and Epstein were implicated in claims by Virginia that she had been basically given to men, including Andrew. Um, okay. Sex was the bait. The former Epstein fixer believes that Epstein had some form of neurodiversity, most probably ADHD, but possibly some form of autism. He was quick to get bored, and when he was bored, he would just cut people dead. He could be really curt. He was capable of great charm, but you could also see another side to him. You never wanted to get on the wrong side of him. He could really snap. Oh, Sarah Ferguson, James Henderson recalls how Epstein. Sorry, I read that wrong. Of Sarah Ferguson, James Henderson recalls how Epstein vowed to destroy her. In a Hannibal Lecter style phone call after Ferguson in March 2011 interview said that she had made a terrible, terrible error of judgment in accepting $15,000 from the convicted SO to pay off her debts, adding, I'm not going to say that word, but you guys could read it. It was Ghislaine Maxwell who introduced the then Prince Andrew and Ferguson to Epstein. In his infamous BBC interview, Andrew claimed that he first met Epstein in 99, although other reports indicate they may have known each other from as early as the mid 90s. So I think that's the interview that I'm referring to. To begin with, one royal source says Andrew was more useful to Epstein as a bait to lure others to his table. Jeez. How many people could offer you dinner with the queen's favorite son? But by the end, that had changed. Like so many who came into Epstein's orbit, the former prince was on the hook. In his case, if all the evidence against him is to be believed, it was sex that was the bait. In his biography of Andrew, entitled Andrew Lowney wrote, wait, in his biography of Andrew, entitled, that was the name, Andrew Lowney wrote that Epstein and the former prince bonded over money and sex. Lowney wrote that in 2007, Epstein said of Andrew, "We are similar. We are both serial addicts of S." I know it's silly how I have to try to figure out how to say this stuff, but YouTube. Anyway, so Epstein's basically saying that him and Andrew were both basically had that issue. We have shared the same women. From the reports I've got back from them, from the reports I got back with him, he's the most perverted animal in the bedroom. He likes to engage in stuff that's even kinky to me, and I'm the king of kink. So that's what Epstein's saying. Epstein's saying that from the reports that he got back from the women that Andrew has been with. So the girls have been, reporting back and sharing stuff about how Andrew is. He's saying Andrew's the most perverted animal in the bedroom, and he likes to engage in stuff basically, probably worse than yeah, Epstein or yeah, Epstein. Epstein's appetite were a powerful, if not the most powerful, motivating force in his life. It was a deviant, S deviant. I'm just going to use S. So his S appetite, he was S deviant, says Volshow. So much of his life revolved around spending time orchestrating people to fulfill that deviant interest. He is known to have led little interest in lavish food or wine, choosing to serve lasagna at an exclusive dinner party that he threw for Andrew in 2010. He had little cultural hinterland. He rarely went to the movies or theater, except for the occasional glitzy premieres or a reluctant trip to Broadway. Uh, to a Broadway musical. 2 free tickets to the stage show Hamilton went down badly, with Epstein later remarking to a friend, "I walked out." Epstein's Amazon order history reveals that his library was equally sparse. Oh, you guys, I was clicking on all the stuff on the Gmail thing, and it has the Amazon email or what he ordered in Amazon, his calendar, everything. So somebody put that together, and I was watching a video. Shoot, I wish I would have wrote down because he named the person who put all that Gmail that we went through yesterday, which we're going to go through it again. But to put that together, so in a format that like we're all used to seeing, like Gmail, like they put that all together. So they had all the emails. So it would look like, how Jeffrey would have saw it in his emails. And then they put like, the YouTube, that Jeff tube, and then they put so all the files that they got and organized from the government, they put them. So it's in a format where it's so easily, you know, um, user friendly to what we use every day. So they have his Amazon, what his Amazon channel base or his Amazon site would look like, what he ordered, the order. So it looks just like how he would see it. You know what I'm saying? His order list. It has his map, his phone, his plane schedule. It's crazy, dude. That person did a heck of a job. Anyway, we're going to go through all that after I read this. We're almost done with this. Okay. Where are we at? Epstein later remarking to a friend, "I walked out." Um, so history reveals that the library was equally sparse. So it was equal. It was self-help books, guides for owning slaves, and the complete memoirs of Casanova. So that's what his order history is, as far as like books. um, or library. He had one persistent literary obsession, Lolita, Vladimir's 1955 novel about the 12-year-old victim of a middle-aged PDF. Wow. Wait. Huh. A first edition of the book was found in Epstein's New York mansion when it was raided by the FBI in 2019, and the photos published by the U.S. Department of Justice showed a woman lying naked on a bed alongside a copy of the novel. That's sick. Like he got off to that book, I bet, is why he had it, right? Anyway, with its famous opening line scrawled across her body, "Lolita, light of my life, fire of my loins, my sin, my soul, Lolita." One of his female co conspirators emailed him in 2017 to say, "Hi, Jeffrey, I met blank today. She is like Lolita from Naboga." I don't know how to say his name. I'll just say Vladimir's femme miniature. So now I should send Minotaur. Sorry, Minotaur. I'm sure. I don't know. I'm probably pronouncing stuff wrong. Oh, well. I don't care. I'm trying my best. So now I should send you her type of candidates only. And normally, if I'm by myself and I can't pronounce a word I want to learn how, I'll just Google it, learn how to say it so I know how to say it properly. But it's hard to do that when I'm on a live because I would be stopping and like, you know what I'm saying? It'll mess up the flow. But I do it when I'm reading by myself because I want to learn. If I don't know how to say a word or I don't know what it means, I will look it up and then learn. Okay, so now I should send you her type of candidates only. Let's see. Wait, that's sick. Wait, let's see think about what that just said. Okay, so one of his female co conspirators emailed him in 2017. So this would have been after his first arrest. "Hi, Jeffrey, I met blank today. She's like Lolita. So now I should send you her type of candidates only." In Epstein's world, women were to be used, traded, or abused. In an email to the late Shahir Abdullah, Yemen's richest man, Epstein gave this advice on investments. Make some mistakes, small, you know your max loss exposure. They will argue on the way out. No set commissions. Historical prices are meaningless. Do not look at bargains. When they say X is trading at historical lows, think of women. If I told you she was once really beautiful and for the past years has become uglier and uglier, would you feel a great desire to rush in with the hope that she will return to beauty? Or would you find a young, pretty thing, Techco, with a long, bright upside future? I remain your new Jew friend, Jeffrey. This is a contempt for women. While his emails to male associates were short and witty, those sent to the young women in his circle were often long, abrasive, and threatening. After Hurricane Irma hit his private island in 2017, Epstein was so proud of his joke about the storm. Mother Nature I got a divorce. She got the house that he dressed it up as an off the cuff remark to 6 separate male friends. He took a similar copy and paste approach to women in his life, but in a far more sinister way. Emails analyzed by the Telegraph reveal that Epstein used a repeat pattern of carrot and stick with different women to lure him into his essay, often repeating his same idiosyncratic phrases. There are consequences. More whining. At some point, you will need to own your disgusting behavior. I think it would be helpful for you to deal with the facts. He emailed one young woman in 2007. Did I say your body never looked better and you should not get lipo? Yes. Did you agree to continue to exercise? Yes. Did you stop? Yes. Did you agree to read a book every 2 weeks, then stop? Yes. Did you spend more time on your school homework than on learning to cook even one thing? Even one thing well? Yes. Is your cooking bad? Yes, it is. What a jerk. Another woman emailed Epstein in 2017 after an apparent argument. Do you really think I should do an operation to my nose? I never thought my nose was so horrible. Yes, Epstein replied. The contempt that Epstein held for women can be seen from the often bizarre emails he would send to himself. About the wife of a client, he wrote, one wrinkly old hag. Just because she's rich, she thinks she can talk down to everyone. 5 towns, Nouveau, a real piece of dumb as a rock. Everyone knows her husband. Oh, there's just typos. Okay. Everyone knows her husband is effing young Russian, effing young Russians. Everyone except her. Nasty C has some use service entrance. Bags of cottage cheese in her pants, but she wears lipsticks. Bitter old Jew. Wow. Even Maxwell did not survive this ruthlessness. After their relationship waned and she grew into more of a Lady Macbeth figure for Epstein, she too got the chop. Please reprogram the speed dials in New York. The financier emailed one of his fixers in 2010 as he sought to accommodate a new madame that had entered his orbit. Add blank, get rid of GMAX. Wow. But despite shunning her from his day to day life, Epstein continued to use Maxwell as a sounding board for his defenses, amid pressure over his relations with young girls. I am not a PDF. You are not a CA, he emailed Maxwell in 2011 during a flurry of media attention about allegations made by Miss Guthrie. So here's some pictures. Is that what's his name? Oh my God, I know. I can't. Oh, Woody Allen. Yep. Epstein counted filmmaker Woody Allen among his friends. One of the last photographs taken of the disgraced financier shortly before he died in 2019 shows him wearing an Israel Defense Forces sweatshirt. Oh, right here. Okay. Do you want me to finish this? We're almost done. I know some people are enjoying it, but some people probably want me to hurry up and get to the files, huh? Part 3, the man in the thrall to power, and Putin. Was there, and Putin, was there ever a client list? Contemplating Epstein's life, there's a film that comes to mind, ironically perhaps made by his friend Woody Allen. Zelig, made in 1983, stars Allen as a hollow man, a human chameleon, who ingratiates his way into the highest echelons of society. As Epstein told that schoolmate one day he'd be rich, and he had lied and schemed to escape the mediocrity of his family background to achieve that end, he told Michael Wolff, I was attracted to the rich because of their freedom, but I wanted to also to avoid their burdens. I was not remotely ambivalent about what I wanted to be free. That was the reason to make money. A narcissist and a manipulator. He relished having access to the rich and powerful and the sway he held over them. Power was as much an intoxicant as money, like heroin to an addict. And the more power he could exercise over others, the more intoxicated he became. The more his delusions of omnipotence grew. He was orchestrating a myth, and a lot of it was to satisfy his ego. Thomas Volshow says a lot of his life was like a bluff to convince people that he was this all-important puppet master at the top of the global elite. He couldn't get into college, let alone get into Harvard, but he could donate money to Harvard and wear the sweatshirt. And then, of course, there was sex. Epstein had acquired the power and the wherewithal to satiate his appetites. And sex was also a currency in his transactions with the rich and the powerful. The young girls he abused favors to he abused favors to those he knew. The young girls yeah. It was, as his friend Terry Kafka noted in his birthday letter to Epstein, chicks and people in general were schmucks. But by no means at all, but many of those, by no means all, but many of those Epstein associated with who dined at his table or attended the science seminars he organized were drawn into his web. But while investigators found ample evidence of Epstein's trafficking girls whom he essayed over a number of years, paying them and recruiting them through intermediaries, which is legally considered to be trafficking. They found scant evidence that Epstein was running a ring specifically for the purpose of serving high status men. Among the millions of documents released by the U.S. Justice Department under the Epstein Files Transparency Act are a number of internal FBI memos and emails. Summarizing the investigation in an email last July, agents said that while dozens of victims had come forward, 4 or 5 Epstein accusers claimed that other men or women had essayed them, including Virginia Giuffre, who alleged that she was given to other men. I'm going to just put giving, and it's to replace the T word, but she was given to other men. Andrew Windsor among them. Andrew Mountbatten Windsor among them. But the agent said there was not enough evidence to federally charge these individuals, so the cases were referred to local law enforcement. On February 19th, 2025, an FBI supervisory agent wrote, while media coverage of the Epstein case referenced a client list, investigators did not locate such a list during the course of the investigation. Notwithstanding the fact that Attorney General Pam Bondi told Fox 2 days later that Epstein's never before seen client list was sitting on my desk right now, was Epstein a state asset? Even before the drop of the Epstein files, the question of whether the financier was working for another power as an agent for Russia or for Mossad, Israel spy agencies, had been a constant source of speculation, which has only intensified as commentators and pundits have pored over the millions of emails and documents. In the announcement in February by Donald Tusk, the Polish prime minister, that he was establishing a team to examine the numerous mentions of Vladimir Putin and other Russians in the files. More and more leads, more and more information, and more commentary in the global press all relate to the suspicion that this unprecedented PDF scandal was co-organized by Russian intelligence services, Tuss said. I don't need to tell you how serious the increasingly likely possibility that the Russian intelligence services co-organized this operation is for the security of the Polish state, he added. This can only mean that they also possess compromising materials against many leaders still active today. Him and Ghislaine. Epstein met regularly with Vitaly Churkin, a U.S. based Russian diplomat, and facilitated meetings between him and a number of financiers, friends, and contacts, including PayPal co founder Peter Thiel. Credited, okay, that's Peter Thiel. So then that must be the Vitaly. Christopher Steele, a retired senior M16 officer who ran the agency's Russia desk from 2006 to 2009, is convinced that Epstein was a Russian asset from as early as the 1980s. It's no coincidence, says Steele, that Ghislaine Maxwell's father, Robert, was also implicated in spying rings, variously described as a double or even triple agent who may or may not have worked for M16, Mossad, and the KGB. The point here is the Russians are heavily involved with Robert Maxwell as well as Epstein. This goes back a long way, says Steele. My American intelligence contacts tell me that they were convinced Epstein was working for the Russians and that at least Russian organized crime gangs from a very early stage. So he's saying at least he organized the crime games for a really early stage. In America, it is assumed that Epstein was being run by Russian intelligence. There is no way the Russians were not all over this. Epstein is a huge asset for the Russians. They work by compromising people and leveraging them. Epstein's extraordinary network of big names, combined with his proclivities, proclivities, would have made him a prized asset for Moscow. I'm used to because the Idaho is Moscow, but isn't Russia? Wouldn't it be Moscow? I always used to say Moscow for that. That's why I always think I pronounced the Idaho one wrong, but maybe they're both that way. That's why I'm talking on the phone again. Okay, we're almost done, guys, with this part, and then we'll get to the files. Steele is also certain that American Israeli intelligences had all piled in, recognizing the need to get Epstein on side, using coercion to force him to cooperate. Epstein's close connection to Ehud Barak, the former Israeli prime minister, in general, the most highly decorated soldier in the country, has always fueled the persistent claims that Epstein was a Mossad agent. Just as it happens, like the claims about Robert Maxwell. Last year, the Telegraph obtained a photograph of Epstein wearing an Israeli Defense Forces sweatshirt. The photograph was taken on his private jet in 2019, shortly before he died. Intriguingly, the Telegraph was told at the time that the White House had been concerned to see the photograph placed in the public domain. What is certain is that for years, Epstein had cultivated contacts in Russia, visiting the country on numerous occasions, pursuing his interest in sex and money, and always with his eye on landing the grand prize, meeting with Vladimir Putin. There are almost 10,000 references to Moscow in the Epstein files, and more than 1,000 mentions of Putin, including suggestions of potential meetings with the Russian leader. Epstein's first confirmed visit to Russia took place in '98 to Sarov, a closed city that was the home of Russian Federal Nuclear Center. Flight logs show that in the following years, Epstein would fly to Russia at least 3 times on his plane, nicknamed the Lolita Express by the press. In May and November 2002 with Ghislaine Maxwell, a female employee, and a young woman, and in November 2003 with the same group plus Bill Clinton and his assistant Doug Band. This was one of the 4 international trips that Clinton and his entourage took on Epstein's plane in 2002 and 3 as part of what the former U.S. president has described as trips for the Clinton Foundation, the nonprofit humanitarian organization he founded after he left the White House in 2001. Additionally, emails and passport entries suggest that Epstein made at least 8 other visits to Russia between 2006 and 2018. It's clear that Epstein's abiding motive throughout his life was to go where the power and the money were, and to cultivate people and leverage his contacts to create networks that he believed could be useful to him, be it financially, sexually, or simply because he could. One of these was Vitaly Churkin. Churkin was a US based Soviet diplomat who had arranged Donald Trump's first trip to Moscow in 1987, going on to become the Russian ambassador to the United Nations in New York. Epstein met regularly with Churkin and facilitated meetings between the ambassador and a number of the financier's friends and contacts, including Ehud Barak and Peter Thiel, who downplayed his meeting with Churkin as nothing memorable. Who downplayed it? Wait. Is it they saying Epstein did? Yeah, I think. Epstein also offered to help Churkin's son secure a job in New York. Churkin died in 2017. Okay. Foremost among Epstein's Russian connections was Sergei Belyakov. I don't know. A graduate of Russia's Federal Security Service Academy, who became a Russian deputy economic minister and later worked with the state's sovereign wealth fund. Hey, Becky. What up, Becky? Thanks for coming and commenting. Hope, are you the only mod here? Good job. Thank you for being here. Following what appears to have been their first meeting in New York in May in 2014, Belyakov wrote to Epstein, "Our meeting was really interesting for me. I do not know how many people like you who can open new horizons and prospects." Among other things, Epstein gave advice to Belyakov about banking and avoidance of U.S. sanctions on Russia, suggesting that Russia launch its own alternative to Bitcoin and establish a so-called new bank that could be modeled after a capitalistic commercial bank, lending 9 times its reserves, not the World Bank. Those models are antiquated. In an example of how all of Epstein's relationships were transactional with his sexual and business interests often overlapping, in July 2015, he called on Belyakov for his assistance in sorting out a problem to do with Epstein's sexual affairs. A Russian girl who was attempting to blackmail a group of powerful businessmen in New York. It is bad for business for everyone involved. Suggestions. Belyakov provided Epstein with a dossier on the woman in question, believed to have been a former model named Gazelle Geneva, and promised to meet with someone who could deal with the problem. Deal with the problem? Wonder what they mean by that. Wow. Balakov, I'm just calling B, also repeatedly went out of his way to facilitate Russian visas for Epstein. In a 2015 visa application, Epstein listed Balakov employer the St. Petersburg Economic Forum Foundation. Wait, Epstein listed Belyakov's employer, the St. Petersburg Economic Forum Foundation, as the organization inviting him to visit. And in 2018, 2018, Belyakov provided an invitation letter from the Association of Non-Governmental Pension Funds for Epstein's application for a 3-year visa that would allow him to come and go as he pleased for international seminars and forums. But the longed-for meeting with Putin proved stubbornly elusive. In an email to Epstein, dated September 11th, 2011, an unidentified associate discusses plans for an appointment with Putin when the financier visits Russia. Spoke with Igor. He said that last time you were in Palm Beach, you told him you had an appointment with Putin on September 16th and that he could go ahead and book his ticket to Russia. Wait, what? Wait, spoke with Igor. He said last time you were in Palm Beach, you okay, he could go ahead and book his ticket to Russia to arrive a few days before you, the email stated. Huh. I'm confused what they're okay, so they're saying that he said that or who said that? So he said last time you were in Palm Beach, you told him, told who? Oh, it's told Igor. So they saying Epstein told Igor he had an appointment with Putin on September 16th and that he could go ahead and book his ticket to Russia to arrive a few days before you. Huh. That meeting evidently did not materialize, but in 2013, May 2013, another opportunity apparently presented itself. This month, Epstein sent himself a reminder to prepare Putin paper. At around the same time, he wrote to Ehud Barak claiming that the Norwegian politician Thorbjorn Jagland is going to see Putin in Sochi and or Sochi, I don't know how to say it, and asked that I make myself available. Hmm. So I make myself available to meet with him sometime in June to explain how Russia can structure deals in order to encourage Western investment. I never met with him. Wanted you to know. So that's uh, Epstein saying that, right? So he's saying he wrote to Ehud Barak claiming, so saying Epstein wrote there claiming that he's going to see Putin in Sochi, asked to make himself available to meet with him. Said I, huh. Jacqueline had written to Epstein on May 14th saying that he planned to pass a message to Putin on the financier's behalf. I have a friend that can help you to take the necessary measures and then present you and ask whether it is interesting for him to meet with you, he says. Um, Epstein's wildly inflated sense of his own importance is evident in his reply. I would be happy to meet with him, he wrote, but for the minimum of 2 to 3 hours, not shorter. It is not known whether the message from Jagland was ever passed to Putin. It certainly seems improbable that Putin would have acceded to, yeah, Epstein's time demands. In an email to Barak on May 21st, Epstein claimed that he had denied a request from Putin during a Russian economic conference in St. Petersburg. And if Putin wanted to meet him, he would. And if Putin wanted to meet him, he would need to set aside a real time and privacy. Wait, he's saying, Epstein claimed that he had denied a request from Putin? Epstein trying to say Epstein denied a request from Putin during a Russian economic? And if Putin wanted to meet him, he would need to set aside a real time and privacy. There's no evidence in the public domain that Putin ever requested such a meeting. There's no evidence that the pair ever met, right? I don't believe that. I don't know. I mean, I guess Epstein was like an associate with some, powerful world leaders, but I mean, yeah, sounds like that's wishful thinking. I mean, as far as him, like, sounds like he really wanted to meet him, but denied a request. Huh. Okay, so Epstein, as Steele suggests, a Russian asset. So saying so was Epstein, as Steele suggests, a Russian asset. There's nothing to suggest any ideological reason for him to be so. There were clear financial reasons for him to cultivate the contacts he did. And those relationships in turn opened up the opportunity for his Russian contacts to gather information on the rich and important people that formed Epstein's wider business network. Information in particular about their behavior that could be useful. But whether knowingly or unknowingly, Epstein cooperated to that end and was rewarded for doing so remains unknown. Um, His pursuit of Putin remained an obsession until at least June 2018, 14 months before his death in a New York cell, when he wrote to Jaglin once again to say would love to meet with Putin. Wheeling and dealing until the end. I can't believe I've been reading for 2 hours. I did not expect this part to take that long. I thought I would be done like 30 minutes to 45 minutes. I didn't realize how long this was. Oh my lord. I hope people are interested, and if they just wanted to watch the files, that they at least come back. Wheeling and dealing. For Epstein, proximity to one of the most powerful men in the world would have been the most intoxicating high of all. The proof that a non-entity from Coney Island had become a wheeler dealer on a global scale who could lie, scheme, and manipulate all the way to the inner sanctum of the Kremlin. Just how much of a wheeler dealer he had become is evidence in one of the last emails he sent to himself on June 30th, 2019. The subject thread is List for Bannon Steve. It includes a roll call of the rich and high powered he had at his fingers, or at least in his address book, a trophy cabinet of the affluent and influential people he collected over the years. Peter Mandelson, Prince Andrew, Jacques Lang, Woody, Churkin, Sergey, Chomsky, Jaglin, Clinton, Rothschild, Ovitz, Barack, Mabuto, Khashoggi, Rockefeller. His last recorded emails were sent on July 6, 2019 at 8:28 a.m. On that day, he emailed his friend Reed Weigarten to say that he was meeting Steve Bannon, the one-time advisor of Donald Trump, for breakfast the following day. Possibly to share or discuss the list he had written for himself a week earlier. Everyone confused. Market strong, he added. There's no indication that he suspected the net of law enforcement was closing in on him. He was arrested later that day and incarcerated in the Metropolitan Correctional Center in New York. Epstein lived by telephone and laptop. Epstein lived by telephone and laptop. The emails he sent numbered in their hundreds of thousands, possibly millions, confined in maximum security and under self-delete watch, S-watch. He was denied the use of a computer or personal phone and was forbidden from using the internet. He never showed any remorse, any sense of his own morality. On the day that he was released from the Florida jail in 2009, following his conviction for soliciting, I'm not going to say that word because I think that could be one of the ones, but I'm trying to think of a code one. Just and procuring minors for the P word. He fired off a spree of jubilant messages to close associates. It included an email sent to Lord Mandelson 2 hours after his release, joking about hiring strippers, and others to young women demanding that they send him nude photos to entertain him during his subsequent house arrest. Wow. In 2011, his lawyer Epstein complained that in its reporting, the Telegraph was referring to him as a PDF. While not condoning his actions, Jeffrey committed and served 13 months for what is a crime in the state of Florida. What he was convicted of in Florida would not have been a criminal offense in the UK. Moreover, neither his act nor his conviction was for PDF, and he should not have been referred to as a PDF. Throughout his life, Epstein had schemed and lied and had come to believe that he was omnipotent and untouchable, a belief that was reinforced by those who were manipulated by him, flattered him, begged from him, and sought his counsel, and the girls that he could provide to those who sold, and the girls that he could provide to those who sold their souls to be in his orbit and whose corruption matched his own. So, some the range of Epstein's connections was staggering, from philosopher Noam Chomsky to Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, Lord Mandelson, and former Israel Prime Minister Ehud Barak. In prison, he complained about being forced to wear a mandatory orange jumpsuit and being treated like a bad guy. He was Jeffrey Epstein. He'd done nothing wrong. Amid the dump of documents, one of the most revealing of Epstein's character is the strange interview he gave to Bannon in 2019. In the course of the conversation, Bannon asked, "Do you think you're the devil himself?" Epstein blinks, smiles, and replies, "No, but I do have a good mirror." Um, Bannon presses him, "It's a serious question." "Oh, sorry," Epstein says. "I don't know. Why would you say that? The devil scares me." Hmm. According to Federal Bureau of Prison documents, Epstein told a jailhouse psychologist, "I have no interest in self-deleting. He was a coward," he said, "and did not like pain. I would not do that to myself." 2 weeks later, on August 10th, 2019, at the age 66, Epstein died in his New York jail cell. An autopsy concluded that the cause of death was self-delete by hanging. But isn't that crazy? I mean, I guess it's not that crazy, but 66 is proper, I feel like, because, evil. They say, like, the 666, but um look at my Bobby. You see the Zeke? So cute. So cute. See, the cutest little guy. I love him. Let me show you. Look at that. He just sighed. He's so cute. Okay. Is that a little say hi to the boy? Okay. So we're almost done with this, guys. The way that I am, though, is like I couldn't quit halfway through. So even though, like, I thought it would be more. I mean, we did go over his upbringing, but the last half or more is like other stuff, his life, but more like not when, his upbringing. But I couldn't quit in the middle. Like I started it, so I have to finish it. I can't just like not finish it. Unless if I kept asking and you guys all were like, "No, please just quit," then I would have been able to. But I think it's pretty interesting. I mean, I got now a better understanding of him. And so when I go through his emails and we go through the files, the more you know, it makes more sense on certain things. But anyway, but it's so crazy because there's no way, like, I strongly do not think it was a self deleting. Like, I think he was murdered, and I think a lot of people agree. If not, he's still alive. But I mean, I think he definitely didn't do it to himself. I think somebody did it to him. Does anybody think he did it to himself and he wasn't killed? And then I know some of you guys think that, he could still be alive. I don't know enough yet on that. I mean, I've heard about some theories. It's always a possibility, but I don't think if you have three options, he's still alive, he was murdered, or he did it to himself. I think the he did it to himself is you could throw that out, and that's what the official cause said. It's crazy. Anyway, where are we at? An autopsy concluded that the cause of death was self delete by hanging. What passed through Epstein's mind in those last days in his cell? Did he have a conscience? Did he feel guilty, regretful? Probably not. Of only one thing could he be certain: the game was over. I didn't even realize it was about to end when I started rambling. All right, so now we can get into the files. But what do you guys, let me chat with you guys for a minute and get your thoughts. Move you over here. Hold on one second. Oh, I wanted to, hold on a second. Hold on. I wanted to share those pictures, some of the other pictures of when he was younger, since we were talking about when he was younger. And we're going to dig in. We're going to watch his, we're going to look at his Amazon list of what he bought Amazon. We'll look at his maps, where he went, all that stuff. That freaking link has everything. Like I said, I feel like I wish I wouldn't have spent those 2 days prior downloading a bunch of files because I like the way these are organized because I use Gmail all the time. And the Google, my Google thing. So I love the setup because I understand how it all goes, how it all works or whatever. Okay, so let me share this really quick. Oh, hold on. Oh yeah, I got it. My nose itches. Okay. All right, let me do the pictures real quick first. Just like a few pictures of when he was younger. Most of them we already went through, but it'll just take 1 minute. Hold on. And then some of these were on the thumbnail, like this one here. Yeah, these were from in the article, but I feel like there might be a couple that weren't. This one cracks me up for some reason. I don't know. It reminds me of like a Ken doll, but no, I don't know. Like almost like I don't know. I can't describe what I'm trying to say. But like I said, this is so all this stuff was on. It sounds like was in his 50th birthday party book that Ghislaine put together. So like I said, he's right here. Look at those crazy eyes. He's right there. And I can't really see much there. Yeah, this is new. This wasn't there. So this is on his yearbook. Jeffrey Epstein, Coney Island, circa 1969. Look at and then we have right here 1969 high school year photo of Lafayette High School, Brooklyn, New York. Okay. Here he's not too young, but look at those shoes with these pants. I don't know. Wait, what the heck? It's like, why does that look like it's two different pairs of pants? Like nowadays they make pants where they're like mismatched and jeans and stuff, but like back then they wouldn't have done that. So what is going on here? Like why is that halfway? Huh. All right. And then we got this is when he was teaching, it looks like. Remember, he lied and he was teaching for a little while, saying he had a degree. There, this is probably his high school photo from a yearbook, I bet, right? This looks like this could have been in the yearbook from when he was teaching or some book magazine. Yeah, this is another one. It looks like probably, yeah, math and science, Jeffrey Epstein. When he was fraudulently teaching. Crazy. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, these are the ones that we already seen him in. Okay. So let's get, hold on a second. We go to Epstein. So here we'll go to his YouTube. I want to bring this over and bring this over. Hold on one second. I made a playlist. So here's this playlist that I made where I put in, I went through some of the files, the videos that were in the files, Epstein files, and I picked out some videos that could be like that I'll play that would be interesting to play because some of them aren't even like some of them are just like, you know, videos from other sites and stuff, which I don't know. I kind of find the more interesting ones where it's like videos that he took or like from around him. You know what I'm saying? Just to kind of learn like what was it like. Um all right. Hold on. Let me bring over okay, that should be good. Yay, it's green again. So I requested a review and they greened it. So it says now it's good. So I have to behave and make sure I keep using the code words. You know, like the trigger ones that you can't say. All right, you ready? Let's do this. Let's start with, let's do his Amazon. Let's see what he ordered. You want to? But I want to say hi to, hold on. Let me say hi to a few people here. Let me, oh. Okay, hold on a second. Let's see here. Oh, there's not really many people in chat here. Hey, Hope and Marnie. Becky. Hey, thanks. Are you guys still here, right? Yeah, that was 10:15. Okay. All right. Well, thanks for holding down the court, Hope. Uh, I doubt people. Oh no, Ashley right here. Okay. Hey, Ashley. Okay. Yes, you go do your thing, Steph. Hopefully you're here, Jocelyn. Hope you're still here. And a little mini UT plaque in the BG. Wait, what? Oh, he's so cute on his little pillow. He needs a tie-dye puff to lay on. Yes, Josh. Shoo, I should have looked. Dang it. I should have looked for tie-dye beds. You're right. Why didn't I think of that? Well, here's the thing. My mom had picked it out originally. So she's the one that's like, I found him a cute bed. So she had like that. Remember, I was saying it was like blue. So I didn't even think, you know, because my aunt bought one for her dog, and it's kind of her dog's a little bit bigger than Zeke, but so she really her dog really liked it, Lucy. So I wasn't even thinking when she showed me and I looked at the colors they had, and then I picked this color because she had another color picked out. I'm like, can we get a brighter color so the contrast is bigger? But so I feel like if I would have just been the one maybe going in and picking out, I might have thought about it, but dang it. He loves it though, comfort wise. But yeah, that would have been so good. Maybe his next bed, I'll get that. Or I'll have a two bed. Well, let me finish this coffee real quick. He absolutely loves it though. He looks, and when he's out, like he sleeps so hard and he looks so comfy and he's so relaxed and it looks like he's sleeping so good on it. Like, so it was, I mean, my mom picked out a good one. He does for comfort. You could tell it's very comfortable. So, um, okay. So let's look through this. So here's his Amazon. Okay. So delivery to Jeff. So he got, um, oxygen concentrator on July 9th, 2019. So when did he get arrested? August 10th. So this would have been a month before he got arrested. He got a flash furniture mid-back. Wait, let me make sure. Hold on. Let me see what happens when I click on it. Excuse me. Oh, it took me back to. Oh, okay. No, it did. So he got this mid-back. Okay. And then let me see. What the heck is this? Hey Jeffrey, sorry we missed you. Tried to deliver your package today, but you didn't want to leave it unattended. What the heck? Oh, he did have sleep apnea or something, didn't he? Because didn't he have like something like tubes and something like that in his prison? Like, because one of the things were if he was gonna hang himself, he could have used like those tubes or whatever, the cord, whatever. It would have been a lot more, I don't know, easier. So he has sleep apnea or something, I think, right? Is that what this would be for? Oxygen concentrator. Okay, so let's go back, see what else we got. Um, Manhattan toy. Uh, okay. Okay, now this is getting creepy. Because he's getting these because of the kids that he's having, like as far as victim wise. At first I thought, oh, maybe he's just getting this for himself, but no. Kid Uzi musical stack learn rainbow stacking activity toys for infants and toddlers. Motion activated lights and sounds encourages early learning and fine motor skills. Dude, who is he ordering that for? That was delivered July 2nd, 2019. This is delivered May 30th, 2019. Pelvic clock exercise device for chronic hip lower back pain relief. Oh, I need one of those actually. When I sleep. I have like a pillow that for in between your legs. But I need something else. I need like options because sometimes the neck starts to hurt, and I could have something else that does a different level or whatever. Let me see. But why does he have that? I mean, well, pelvic clock. I don't understand what it does though. Oh, it's exercise. Huh. How does it work? Oh, okay. That's not what I thought. Yeah. Why am I like, what's the word? I am, God, I can't think of the word. I'm thinking like everything, all these orders, I'm thinking of it like, what is that word for that? Like wonder what he's gonna do with this. The birth of tragedy out of the spirit of music, Penguin. Got that. Let's see. The birth of out of the spirit of music. The landmark work of criticism is fueled by Nietzsche's enthusiasms for Greek tragedy, philosophy of Schopenhauer, music of Wagner. Did outlined a distinction between two central forces in the art. Okay. The annotated Lolita, of course, the Lolita, right? He was obsessed with that. Remember, they said that was like the only book or something. Green box jasmine night blooming plant. Okay. Luxurious hypoallergenic. Package will arrive. Luxurious hypoallergenic. $600. Trying to see what it is though, because it cuts off hypoallergenic what? reading light. So he got a reading light. He got a Kyra Home Enzo light modern industrial outdoor porch light. Okay. The formula unlocking the secrets to raising highly successful children. Film strong women's. What? Is it a bike? Is that what it is? A bike? I mean, I know this is the bike, but Firm Strong Women's CA. That's what I mean. Is that what he ordered? A bike, I guess? Huh. I can't see him reading. Oh, yeah, it's a women's bike. Okay. Huh. Suspicious. That's the word I was thinking of, or one of the words. I'm really suspicious of all of this stuff. So any of these orders, I'm going to be thinking of it with a suspicious eye when some of them might just be like for normal stuff. You know what I'm saying? But because of who it is, I'm thinking everything is as like this um like negative or nasty, like suspicious, like So then he got The Serious Guide to Joke Writing, how to say something funny about anything. Okay, he got that. This is April 2019. He got Kitchen Knife Set with Wooden Block. Okay. Another reading light. That's the second reading light within, hold on. So within a month. Another book, Devil's Bargain, Steve Bannon, Donald Trump, and the Nationalist Uprising. He talked about that in that email, or that, I think that article I just read, didn't they? Medium-sized pinnacle giant. So it's like a plant. Then we got American Art Classics of 10, 10 to 10,000, $10,000 gold certificate novelty bill. And then there's prices over here. Super Z outlet canvas natural money bag pouch with drawstring closure and dollar sign. Okay. Design for toy party favors, bank robber, cowboy pirate theme, carrying case. Let me see if I make this. There we go. Now you guys could really read it good. King mattress topper for back pain. Extra thick mattress pad cover for 8 to 21-inch deep pocket pillow top mattress. Theological Political Treatise, Spinoza. Cambridge Text in the History of Philosophy. Then we got The Conscious Mind in Search of the Fundamental Theory, Philosophy of the Mind. So this is all April 2019 is when it was delivered. A lot of books. So another book, The End of Science, Facing the Limits of Knowledge in the Twilight of the Scientific Age. Helix books. Remember he was talking about the Helix stuff in one of the emails I read yesterday. Discourse on Metaphysics and Other Essays. Discourse on Metaphysics on the Ultimate Origination of Things. Preface to the new essays. The Monodialogy. Huh. Philosophical Essays. Proving Darwin. Making Biology Mathematical. Hindu edition. The Prince of Mathematics. Carl Friedrich Gauss. Euler's pioneering equation, the most beautiful theorem of mathematics. John von Neumann, the scientific genius who pioneered the modern computer, game theory and nuclear deterrence, and much more. Watch Gregory Chaitin, Against Method. In the Closet of the Vatican, Power, Homosexuality, Hypocrisy, the New York Times bestseller. Huh. Fruit of the Loom, Men's Fashion Brief. Okay, so now we know what kind of underwear he wears, probably. Let's see if hold on. Wait, why is it? Oh, I made it bigger. That's why. I wanted to see if there's like a history or anything, but no. Okay. Wait, how do I go back? Okay, so what's next here? A lot of books. We got Custom Pro Floating Pond and Lake Fountain Complete Kit. Floating Pond, though. Wait, what? I don't understand. Huh. Mm. Wait, is that working there? Yeah, there we go. The science of facing limits of knowledge in the twilight scientific age. Oh, hold on. All right. Cool. I'm using my keyboard. It's a lot better. Sunset prune juice. Okay. More prune juice with pulp. More fruit of the loom. More. Oh, so here we go. So this 2 months in a row, we ordered a bunch of fruit of the loom underwear. Must love those fruit of the loom. More. Wait. 1, 2, 3 packs, and then 4. So the 4 packs in the month, basically. Gotta have clean underwear, lots of underwear. I don't know, I'm being silly. Kushner Inc. Greed, Ambition, Corruption, the Extraordinary Story of Jared Kushner and Ivanka Trump. Risp Labs, CPAP hose. Yep, CPAP. So he had one of those machines. That's why the oxygen thing, that was the first thing we looked at. It was for him. Tubing for all the CPAP machines. Because remember, there was one in his cell after they showed his cell after he died. Some of the videos, we're gonna see the cell and the tour of that. Some tour of his cell and stuff. More Fruit of the Loom. Full face mask. More Fruit of the Loom. Men's fashion brief. Central men's straight fit 5-pocket comfort stretch chino pants. Hanes men's waffle knit jogger pants. Songbirdie, what up? Yeah, right. That's a good point to make. I didn't even think about that. A bunch of underwear and a bunch of prune juice. He had a couple different orders of prune juice. That's hilarious if you think about it, you guys. Oh my god. Oh lord. Yeah, right. Oh my. All right, let me click over here so I can scroll down. Um, Fisher Paykel Formula Full Face Mask Cushion Seal. Is this interested? Are you just interesting to you to see this? Spend a little time on this, and then we'll read some emails. We'll kind of go back and forth, but I want to like spend a couple more minutes going through a little bit more before I start reading something else. Excuse me. Dreamwear Full Mask Face Value. So it was all this stuff from the CPAP stuff from whatchamacallit. Oh my god. The last 2 days my recall has been really bad. I can't even think what I'm thinking of. Oral-B all-in-one cross-action toothbrush. 35? Wait. 35 soft colors. Very pack of 2. HP Floating Pond. $798 for that. Wow. I want to see. Wait, let me see. That's a lot. Shipping information has been updated. included the following items. Wow. All right, let me see. Oh, shoot. I want to see what the heck. I don't understand what a floating pond is. What do you get with it? Like you have to have like somewhere to dig a like I'm a little bit confused. With included raw predator robust pump using. Don't you have to have dig like a place to put it, or what am I missing here? Or do you already have to have a pond and then you just put it in there? Oh, it's misleading when it says floating pond though. Help me out. Essentially a floating pond. But I don't understand. Like, do you already have to have a pond and then you just put this in there? Or I'd probably sound like an idiot, but I've never heard of a floating pond. Let me see. Hold on. Why can't I hear? Let me see if. Why can't I? Okay, that's not me. All right. Okay, it doesn't show you anything. What the heck? I want to understand how that. What it does. Oh, wait, here. Oh, I just feel like you have to already have a pond and then you just put this in there. I mean, what does it do? It's just like a fountain? Why would a fountain, why would it be that much money? It's just a fountain that's 800 bucks? That's, I don't understand. This seems like a lot for a fountain. Okay. Custom Pro, 300, 3,500 floating, living water, true blue. Sleep apnea, that's what I was trying to think of earlier. Yeah, so he has sleep apnea, I'm pretty sure, because he has the CPAP machine, so he must have that. Like I said, I remember seeing the tubes and stuff in his cell. Magic 8-ball novelty fortune telling. Retro look for kids, grown ups, families. And we have the Zenith Patricia black metal canopy. See, my mind's getting suspicious on all this stuff and what he's going to use it for, right? The threat, how the FBI protects America in the age of terror and Trump. Cement and luxury white bath mat, soft, shaggy bathroom rugs. Okay, microfiber washable. So he's remember he's getting all this stuff. So he's getting. Remember he has like in some of the pictures or it might be videos and that we'll eventually watch. I don't know how far we'll get today, but you'll see a closet where he has like a bunch of white towels, white robes. So he must give. And then I've seen some of the like quick videos or pictures where you could see like a girl in the white robe. So must give the girls white robes to wear. Some more toothbrushes. We're all made of molecules book. How mushrooms can help save the world book. How the FBI protects America in the age of terror. I already read that one. Toe pal, gel toe separator, 2 pairs, toe spacers. Pleasant Bay 4 feet. Then we have women's chinchilla collar slippers. So these are all in 2019. And then we'll read some stuff. And then next time we come back and look at more, we'll put in a different year. See if like in 20, see if we could get back to 2007 or 8 and see what he was ordering. This night, this light's pretty cool. Some floor lamp, and then we have Noel Hume braided Balta rugs, unique loom, solid shag collection, Hat Depot, Safety floor lamp, or chippy, sorry. Chair, desk, chair. Yeah, chair for your desk or whatever, office chair. Um, then you have smoke gray, economy indoor, carpet patio, pool area rugs. See if there's a picture. Oh, stone pebble, indoor, outdoor. Oh, there it is. That's nice. Superior hand tufted thick accent rug. One of those mirrors. I love those mirrors. I have one where the one side is um magnifying and mine has like a little light on it. Book bundle fooled by randomness, the black swan, and the bed of the procrustes. I don't know. Anti-fragile readers, reading glasses, the dash blue light, never split the difference, negotiating as if your life depended on it. Did he get two of them or? Oh, he got, so that one was 30, but what is this? For $3.99. Hold on. I don't know. You got it right here for 31 and then this says $3.99. Huh. Unless he was getting two but why would one be $3.91 and one be 30? That's a big difference. You think he would, if he sees ones that cheap, he would get two of the ones for $3.99. But I'm wondering if it's like a, I don't know. Your power motion sensor light, laundromat inside the Panama Papers investigation that illicit money networks, the global elite, which he was like associated with the global elite. I feel like that's the people that he was in that circle. I feel like Luminox men's. It's a watch for, well, kind of, I mean, for me, that's expensive for a watch for my taste, but I know there's like people like Rolexes and spend like thousands of dollars on watches. But pilot sauna hat for women and men, aviator. Okay. Wool sauna hat. Another sauna hat. Ertinix slim fit shell. Rise and kill first. The secret of Israel. Wow. Israel's targeted assassinations. Huh. Wonder if he read all these. He was a reader though, right? Anyway, secret history of Israel's targeted assassinations. Second generation head up display, smartphone iOS. Wait, what is that? I don't understand. Hold on. Huh. Head up. The time, vehicle speed. Oh, huh. I never seen that. That's kind of cool. Why is it there's no price? Is it like really expensive? Huh. So you put that, this reflects it basically. I'm trying to like see. Huh. Anybody seen one of these in like real life? Oh, it puts it on the like the window. Some kind of something I wouldn't mind trying, but let me see how many stars. 2.6. Nope, I'm not getting that. Huh. Okay. Well, anybody have seen that? Did he get it? It doesn't say a price though. What does it? I couldn't find the price either. Car digital speedometer, car head up display. Okay. Oh, $585 was that thing I was looking at. Wow. Look at Zeke. Look at Zeke's head. See his little ear. He is so comfortable. I love that. I love seeing him all cozy. How cute is my baby? Look at his little ear. He's so cozy. I love him. Okay, what else we got? Hudway Glass, a Hitler definitive biography of Hitler, Universal Head. More. Oh, now we're on 2018. Oh, but it's still because it's December, so we went from 2019 to December 2018. More Fruit of the Loom. He loves his Fruit of the Loom. He just buys. So all of his underwear, it looks like, are either gray, black, or light blue Fruit of the Loom. Because all the packs were. There might have been one pack that had red, different colors, but most of them are all these three colors Fruit of the Loom. Sonic prostate massager. Is that a normal thing? Like, are men supposed to have that, or is that like he's using that for like a, like what's the word? I don't want to say the other p word because that probably would trigger, but like a way that's just not good, like kind of I don't know, like making the girls using on them or. But I don't know. I never heard of that. Sonic prostate massager by Prostate Health Center. Prostate wellness massager. Does anybody know? Let me look it up. I have never heard of this. Um, like, is it thing like health wise you're supposed to do it? What? Natural and holistic way of improving prostate health. Wait, you have a prostate massage head and a colon massage head? I feel like he's not using this. He's using these for in a S way, SEXUAL way. Right? I never heard of that. Huh. Help me out. Some people say something. I need somebody else's opinion. Cuz I want to know that like I'm not the only one that's never heard of this. Please, please. He got it. I mean, oof, $61. All right, we'll look at a couple more things and I'll read something. I'll read either some emails or I might read one of the victim statements, like a shorter one that's like a couple pages. I have a few files that I got ready to that we could read. Okay, so now we got this underwear, and then we have Amazon Essential Men's Straight Fit 5 Pocket Comfort Stretch Chino Pants and Hanes men's waffle knit jogger pants sleeve. Well, yeah, because he always had like, sweatpants on or sweatshirts. He did. He never was really dressed real nice. I guess just dressed for comfort. I mean, men's skinny fits. Huh, those look different. Wait a minute. Oh, I guess those aren't sweats. Those are like comfort stretch chino pants. Doesn't even look like these. I know it's black. No. What do I feel like that? It doesn't even look like it's those. Yeah, maybe. These ones look like a little bit tighter, I feel like then. All right, one more thing. Let me scroll down to 2 more little things. Let's see. So these Hanes jogger pants. Face kit. Headgear frame. Full face value. Toothbrush. That pound. Well, wait, he's ordering multiple things. So I'm like thinking like, okay, maybe it's just like one is the order, one was the in whatever. But no, these are the same thing, and they're delivered like right? Oh wait, I didn't scroll down far enough. Never mind. Hold on. Sorry, that's why. Just ignore me. The Hat Depot, pink, unique loom solid shag collection. Okay, I just ended up skipping some of these. All right, let's get back to where I was. Sorry, guys. Piggy. The Panama Papers investigation of illicit networks. That's one of the books. Luminox Men's. Some lunch. Yeah, we already looked at that. Sorry. Let me get back to where I was. The direct truth, uncompromising, non-prescriptive truth to enduring questions of life. Kivik, second generation, whatever this is. I'm sure it's just a book, right? Your package will arrive. Okay, let's get a few more things here. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Mm. Uh, I don't know. Oh, that's one I just did. Hold on. Bluetooth transmitter, receiver, adapter for the gym, airplane. Huh. Then we got home goods, blood pressure monitor, Balta rugs, square pillow, and a set of 2 white 600 thread count, 100% natural cotton, Jerubi best anti-snoring. So we got anti-snoring. What is it though? I don't understand what this is. Let's see. Is it a pillow? I know they have pillows or certain things. They could maybe help you breathe better or something like that. I remember seeing it like in ads that pop up before. Man, I'm getting tired, but I want to go through some files. I'm not gonna end it. What were we doing before this? It took so long. That article did you guys find that interesting though? Put a one if you thought if it kept your interest, that article I read. And put a two if it was kind of boring. Wait. So there's some of these other colors. Hold on. No, but they're basically the other one. This one is a little bit more bright blue. The other sets were still gray, black, and like the blue is a little different. It was like kind of like more of a powder. I don't know how to describe it. Not totally powder, but why am I analyzing the underwear? I'm just making this. See how it's a little bit off the blue, but I'm kind of just making fun of him because it's like, well, you know he's gonna have which underwear, either gray, black, or like a god, some kind of blue. They could make bets. Oh, good ones. Good. I'm glad to see you guys liked it. I'm glad you guys liked it. Well, I guess only two of you voted, but I'm glad you two did. When I get kind of like tired, I get like delirious and I'm just rambling. I'm probably not making sense, and I would be so like, if I watch this back, I'd be embarrassed to listen to myself. So we got a nice bath mat, toothbrushes. Okay. All right, let's do a pair of slippers. Oh, I'm gonna scroll real. I'm gonna hit this. Oh wait. What was that? Oh, the windshield thing. What I gotta be so tired, guys. Charles Dickens. Bunch of books. He's got a bunch of books. Ernest Hemingway. As I Lay Dying. We got the anti-snoring. So Ernest Hemingway, Mark Twain, Charles Dickens. Books with active table contents. Oh, Shakespeare, Oscar Wilde, a complete collection. Collected works of George Bernard Shaw. James Joyce. Finnegan's Wake. I wonder if he did read all these. Or was it just like a show off thing? Like to act like he's like, oh yeah, I've read all these books. I have all these books. But I mean, do you think he read them all, or he just got them because those are like he wanted to look like more elite that he had these books? I don't know. Another snore stopper, mouthpiece, snoring solution, anti-snoring devices, sleep aid, custom fit mouth guard, bruxism, and snoring solution, healthy. Then you got a pair of noise canceling headphones. You have a knob, toothbrush holder, and another pair of headphones. And then you have cabinet pulls, tyrants destroyed, and other stories. Bolterex, details of a sunset, and the others. Tyrants destroyed and other stories. A Russian beauty and other stories. Crocs, unisex adult. Oh, one of those O2 meters, which that was definitely a lifesaver during the COVID period. We didn't have it when we first got it, when we all first got it, until the very end after my dad died. And then that's when we ordered one. And then my mom got COVID, so we were able to use it towards the end of our first time. But even when I had, he got sick again and we had it, and I don't know, it just helps. It would help like ease my mind, you know, if the oxygen's good, because they say like when your oxygen low, it doesn't necessarily mean like you're gonna have trouble breathing. It doesn't feel like that. I don't know why I'm rambling into that, but yes, I have that exact monitor. Sunglasses, light spot flood combo for bad bar driving, fog, more toothbrushes, more anti-snoring pillow cover. Oh, got some boxer shorts now. A little bit something different there. Okay. Mirror disc roll ball, Southern Hills polished chrome cabinet knobs. All right, I want to move on. Vendetta home collection. It looks like what? Pillows maybe? Yeah, pillow. Abstract oil painting. Anti-snoring mouthpiece. How does that mouthpiece work? Huh. Wait a minute. So do you bite it? Oh, I think I understand. I don't, not really though. Hold on. Let me see. Have you guys ever seen that? Oh, I see. I was looking at it weird. It just fits like, sorry, you guys. I was looking at it like where it wasn't exactly how what I was looking at. Like this. I don't know how to explain it, but I was just looking at it wrong. Okay, I see. Have you guys seen, and I just learned about this like a couple months ago because my brother was showing me a video and um his wife's son, you know, so his, you know, his stepson, um I don't know if he snores or he just wants to quit breathing out of his mouth. So they have this thing where it tapes your mouth shut. So then you don't open your mouth when you go to sleep. And I'm like, what is that? Like mouth tape, or I forget what he called it. Like, what? I never seen it. Like, oh yeah, like people, yeah, it's a big thing people are using. It's like, I don't, I'd be nervous. Like, I feel like I couldn't breathe. I mean, even though I breathe out of my nose, I usually fall asleep and I'm breathing out of my nose, but then, you know, I wake up and, you know, of course, a lot of times my mouth's dry, so I end up breathing out of my mouth. But still, just the thought that it's shut and then you're going to go to sleep, it kind of freaks me out. It gives me a little bit of anxiety to think about it. Probably have to get used to it, but it's just like, wait, your mouth is tight, tape shut. She was like, I don't know. And then you're going to fall asleep, so you have no control over, you know, you have to make sure you're breathing out of your nose. But it's supposedly supposed to be good because it's better to breathe out of your nose when you're sleeping. But yeah. All right, let's move on to something else now here. Let's go to his all right, so let me exit out of this. Oh, let's do his tour. So this was another little section where you could go to tour Epstein's properties. But that's kind of interesting. So we got front entrance. Let's see. Let me take a sip of this real quick. Hope, you're the only one that's been called. Thanks for being active. Oh, Ronnie commented too. I can't believe I had 37 people and I have like 4 live streams going. Come on, guys. Help me share and comment. Will you guys please comment under them? Because that'll help too. I really need help getting this algorithm and stuff. I don't know what's going on. Okay, so here we go. Drag to look around. Oh, it's like a 3D. Oh, okay. I thought there were videos. There are some videos in the playlist where it goes through. Um, well, I don't know. Some of the houses I don't know who it is, but his cell. But let's see it. If they might, or I guess they're all like that. Well, that's. Can you go in? These are just from the pictures. I have the pictures. I don't feel like this is something that needs to be like this though, these kind of pictures. You know what I'm saying? Some of it is like useful, but so far that nothing. I don't feel like I feel like this is better as a picture. Huh. That's so. It's the only thing I don't really agree with on this. The rest of the site is like awesome, amazing. But with this, I feel like it's better as a picture because doing it this way, it takes away some of the clarity of the picture and stuff and makes it look all blurry and it's not needed. I feel like this only works if there's different angles you could go in and see different like what is it called? Depths and stuff. But yeah, this isn't. All right, we can just look through the pictures. I have these all in pictures, guys. I just keep hoping there's gonna be a video somewhere in here. Cause look how it makes it so it's all, yeah, I don't want to waste my time on that. But let me see if there's anything that looks like a video. Let's see. Massage room, that'll be interesting. Let's see. There's the massage room. Uh, let's go through this to see the pictures. Got a speaker. You got, oh, these are blue. These are blue. So I lied. I know in the one bedroom everything's all white, but yeah, these are blue. It looks like these are the towels, maybe, or maybe the robes. Then you got the white blanket, speakers for probably the music, right? Like, I want to know these pictures are probably some of the victims, right? So, like, you're going to have the pictures of some of these people you massaged, I bet. And then that's kind of, I mean, are there all these people and men or something going to come in with your pictures up there? I'm guessing, right? That's not right. Yeah, because I mean, I remember hearing some of the it was some of these depositions or testimonies of something where they're talking about like the pictures on his walls and stuff, or some of the victims and like nude and on walls, like big pictures hanging on the walls. Yeah. Okay. Is that all that there is for the massage room? Wait, where did that go? But wait a minute. What if I hit play? No, it's the same thing. All right, let's go somewhere else here. Oh my God, though, look how many though. So they put all the pictures. I mean, but I just would rather just see the pictures. Oh wait, so these wouldn't be. Oh, these are 3D too. But it distorts them though. I'd rather just have the picture and you could zoom into the picture. All right, what do we else we got? Now let's do. Hold on, let me go over here. No, I know what I wanted to do. Hold on, I want to read a couple of the documents. Um, Let me take a sip of water. I'm worried that like I feel like there's certain people that should be here that aren't. I'm a little bit confused. Hey, Cat Fab, what's up? Trying to think where else I could share this to help bring some people in. Huh? No, well. All right. Let's read. And then we'll watch some videos. You know what? Let's watch a couple of videos before I read, since I've been reading this whole time. I'll go through the playlist here that I put together, some of the, and then we'll read them. Where do I put that? Here. Some of them are longer, but I want to do some of the short ones real quick. Jeffrey Epstein stranded boat. Whoa. It's loud. Are you guys hearing the sound right though? Whoa, that's loud though. Hold on. Well, is that too loud? Because I could just turn it down for me and keep it loud for you guys when ooh. I don't know though.
In all 50 states, it serves more than 60% of the population. Founder and CEO Cyrus Masumi is with me now. So Cyrus, I've heard this described as an open table for doctor appointments. That's pretty much what it is, right?
Well, yes, exactly. We're at the beginning of a better healthcare experience, so people can do everything on ZocDoc, from finding.
So the way I'm taking this is in his files. So I think it's him taping, or somebody, you know, in his house or somebody close to him. I'm guessing. I feel like let's see if anybody talks. Because sometimes you'll hear like a girl talking, like when they're going through the house that I'm not sure who it is, but I think this might be him just taping it. Epstein.
Doctors who accept their insurance, to reading reviews, to booking appointments, to even filling out their medical history forms and being reminded about doing all the wellness.
But it saves all this time. I mean, you can fill out, you just talked about the paperwork, you can fill that out before you even show up at the doctor's office, so you just go.
And you can do it once and never do it again. We pre-fill it out for all the future doctors that you go to.
How many people are freaked out about you having all of this information? How many questions do you field about hacking?
Well, patient trust is very important to us at ZocDoc. One of my co-founders and our founding CTO actually came from the financial services industry. So we hold it, it's very, very important to us across the board as a company.
Choose
of course,
to
we have
take
patients
this
first as a value. So this is something where...
I don't know. Let me skip to another. Sorry. Oh, this is interesting. So they have, and I don't understand why they did this, but they have this in fast motion. They put all these like in like super fast speed. So I was thinking, man, I should put these in my editor and slow them down and see what's going on. But since I haven't put it in my editor yet, what I could do is slow it down on the YouTube settings. It only goes to so slow, but it's better than nothing. So let's slow it down and see. The way it's so fast though that this might not. Oh, let's see. Maybe that will be too slow. Hold on. I just want to see what's in these. I could even make it a little bit faster. Hold on. Well, there's nothing to be in this one. Hey, it doesn't look like there is anybody in this one. I swear they all had at least some. Let me put on another one. Yeah, look. Hold on. Let me see. This one is super fast. This one's a lot faster than the other one. Yeah, look how fast it still is. But like, why are they taping it like that? Or why are they keeping it in a format like that? I don't get it. Look, somebody just popped up right there. Somebody's sitting right there. That's kind of creepy. I mean, it's got to be Jeffrey, I bet. It's in his office or his desk. I guess it could be somebody else. Look, the chair just moved. That's creepy. Wait, hold on. Like a ghost. But I don't understand how they have this because it's not even if I did put this in my editor and even slowed it down more. Oh, look. It's not. It's like it's almost like it's still not like a smooth playback. They're still like chopped up, I feel like. But that's got to be him sitting down. And then he just disappears. So you don't see him walking away. So that's why it's like, it must be just like little instances. But why do they have it like this? Don't get it. This one is all the way through. It looks like, okay, we can see what he's doing here. He's rolling back. Okay, we seen him walk away on that one. Okay. And this is as slow as it goes, at least on the YouTube, to slow it down. Oh, it's playing all of them in the, okay, it's playing these in order. Like, what the heck? Hold on. Wait, which one is it on? 56. Okay. All right, hold on. Oh, that is slowed down. What the heck? Oh, that's not the one. Hold on a second. 56. Yeah, that's the one we just watched. Okay, so now we do 53. There's two people. Wonder if that's Ghislaine and him. Huh. Is it? I feel like, does that look like a girl? Hmm. Is Mama Mia been in here at all? Or Soul? Or wait, was he just kicking the air? Or was I just was I imagining it? Hold on. I don't know. I don't understand what the purpose of these are though. Like, wait, who is that? Yeah, that's definitely a girl right here. Oh, Soul, you are here. Cool. So we have Soul, Casey. Okay. I was just curious who was here. Wait, what's wrong with you, Casey? I have to go see what I missed. Are you sick? Oh, your hormones. Okay. Hmm. And Soul, do you know what this is all about? Like, wonder what are they trying to get out? I mean, that's Jeffrey probably in his chair, right? All right, let me skip some of these because I'll have to see. Look how many I was. I'll have to slow them down and see if there's anything interested in them sometime. But I feel like for right now, it's probably not keeping people's attention. Oh, what's that? What the heck? Yeah. I mean, I do think it could be her and Ghislaine. I don't know. Look how many. Okay, so here's that one I played yesterday. Oh, hold on. I have it on slow. Hold on. Okay.
Okay, so Darren and I are sitting here. You can hear the echo. I'm pretending I'm talking to Darren. So, hi Darren. So Sarah and Nadia, you guys having a good time? You can see I have a little sore on my face that I got from some black guy trying to kiss me. It's really disgusting. Look at his tongue. Oh, it's really, oh. Anyway, I have pictures up on the wall. I had to borrow the Scotch tape to get the pictures on the wall. I'll talk to you guys later. Bye.
Can you list for me all the
Wait,
girls?
real quick though. He said he has a sore on his mouth from a black guy trying to kiss him. That's what he said. I mean, I'm pretty sure he's probably just making a joke. Maybe. I don't know. But remember, I think he's talking about when he got that big, huge sore in his mouth. Remember? He was looking and holding the phone up, taping himself.
That you have met and brought to Jeffrey Epstein's house that were under the age of 18?
Check the Foreman Foundation.
I could only recall my family members that were there, and I could not make a list of anyone else because that never happened. But I can think of.
I'm talking about during the time that you were working for Jeffrey Epstein.
Right.
Can you list all the girls that you found for Jeffrey Epstein that were under the age of 18 to come work for him in any capacity?
Check the Foreman Foundation.
So I didn't find girls. I didn't look for girls.
You choose the word.
Well, no, you don't choose the word. If you have a question, ask it.
List all of the girls that you met and brought to Jeffrey Epstein's home for the purposes of employment that were under the age of 18.
Check the Foreman Foundation.
I've already characterized what my job was, which was to find people, adults, professional people, to do the types of jobs that I listed before. Pool person, secretary, house person, chef, pilot,
But I was
architect.
asking about individuals under the age of 18, not adult persons, individuals under the age of 18.
I only looked for people or tried to find people to fill professional jobs in professional situations.
Under the age of 18, correct?
I think we've established was 17 and
Is she
a masseuse.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Gina,
Is she the only
hey!
individual that you met for purposes of hiring someone for Jeffrey that was under the age of 18?
Check the Foreman Foundation.
Oh, that's an
that
old
mischaracterizes the
message.
testimony.
So I didn't hire people. I
I
met
didn't use the
people.
word hire. I said
Yes, you
met.
did.
I said met.
Yes. So I interviewed people for jobs that were professional people for professional things, and I'm not aware of anyone aside from who clearly was a masseuse aged 17, but that's, at least that's how far we know that I can think of that fulfilled any professional capacity for Jeffrey.
List all the people under the age of 18 that you interacted with at any of Jeffrey's properties.
I'm not aware of anybody that I interacted with, other than I was 17 at this point.
The news again.
Made famous by an Oscar-winning film, Boys Town, Nebraska is America's favorite children's charity. It was founded in 1917 by Father Edward Flanagan.
Saddest spectacle in our social life is the neglected, unwanted, and unloved boy who has become a serious problem in our society.
This was a part of the file.
Boys Town was started to
Shoot,
be
I just
a
did
home
something.
for orphans. That was after World
Dude,
War
I
I.
accidentally...
And since
Dude, I accidentally did something. I accidentally either put somebody in timeout or banned a user. I did not mean to. I don't know who I did that to. So it was you. Wait, accident. How do I get that back? Hold on. I did not mean to do that. Oh my Lord. Hold on a second. I gotta find where I did that. Hold on. I did not. Holy, hold on. Dude. I can't. I don't know how to undo it. Hold on. How do I undo it, Soul? Hold on. How? I don't know. What's it gonna do? What does banned mean? I mean, it's ban user. How do I? Dude, you're my mod. How does it even ban you? No, but it says banned. On my set, it said I banned her. Are you sure it was just a timeout? Well, okay. So I didn't mean to, Soul. Message when you're good. I'm over here biting my gosh darn nails, and then I grabbed a mouse and clicked on something, and I caught it at the end that it looked like I did something. Like it looked like it was that screen came up, and then see on StreamYard it shows it's banned, and that's freaking me out, and it won't let me undo it. But on YouTube, I guess there is no ban thing; it's just a hide. So, but I didn't hide. I don't know what the ban does on StreamYard because I never use it. I don't know. See, it was on the YouTube side, so it might actually just convert into something else on the YouTube side. So I'm gonna wait 30 seconds. No, it wouldn't let me click or undo anything. So on both sides, though, I even got on YouTube and it wouldn't let me do it. What? I don't even know what message I deleted on Souls. Oh my god! You know what message it was? Is when she did the Nightbot. Oh my god! When she did explanation member for my Nightbot command. Oh lord. Well, at least I caught that and I'm able to, well, I guess it doesn't do anything. I caught it, but at least I could explain it to Soul so she knows I did. Soul, say something. Text me. Okay, she texted me. Okay. Dang it. All right. I thought I was gonna have a free thing where I didn't screw. Okay, should be okay then. All right. What is this here?
Since then, society has changed.
Oh, so it's interesting because remember all these things were on a part of his file. So is it because he had this in his phone or on his downloaded or something, I'm guessing, or something, these videos,
And the
right?
problems of boys have changed. And so now it's a question of taking care of homeless, abandoned, neglected, abused boys, and now girls also.
With cash reserves of $500 million, Boys Town is the richest square mile in the world. It has been granted the privileges.
Okay, and then he likes to take these quick like 2 or 1 second videos. He has so many of them like he'll do it like hold on. Let me find a couple that are kind of disturbing here. I mean, he has a lot like on his island or but hold on a second. Well, I'll do it in order, I guess. I'll show you a couple on the island. Hold on. Wait. This is drone footage of his island. This one isn't the quick ones. This is actually a longer one, but he does have like these 1 or 2 second ones where but I wanted to show you a couple of those where there's one where this girl's massaging his foot and it's like one like he has 2 of them of the same girl and it's like a couple seconds where she yeah. And it wouldn't even be because we know, you know, what he does, or otherwise it would just look like some guy massaging his foot, but we know what those massages lead to. But yeah, this is his island drone footage. So I don't know. I'm sure he's not the one flying the drone. Who knows? Maybe he knows how to fly a drone. But somebody's flying one and showing like around the island. Gave it all up. He had his own freaking island and he had to be a sick freaking predator. So no more island for you. But that's the thing. What's going to happen to that island? Like, who does anybody know what? Let me look it up to see if there's anything about what happened to it. So it says it was sold. Oh, the following Epstein's death, the island was sold and the funds were used to settle lawsuits with the victims. Okay. But sold to who now? Who owns it, I wonder? Let's see. This is a People magazine. I'll read it while you're watching this. Here, I can make this bigger. All right, so hold on, let me read what it says. Okay. He owned 2 properties in the U.S. Virgin Islands, Little St. James, which he purchased in 98, and Great St. James, which he purchased in 2016. While many of Epstein's crimes are believed to have taken place at Little St. James, I didn't realize it was 2 properties. Little and Great, are they next to each other, I wonder? Okay, so it says, while many of his crimes are believed to have taken place at Little St. James, it wasn't until December 3rd that the public got an inside look into the walls of the property when Democrats of the House of Oversight Committee released several never before seen images and videos. The images showed a room with what happens to be a dental chair with 10 yellow masks on the walls depicting men's faces along with a chalkboard containing words including power and deception. Ugh. Let me click on that and see where it takes me. Oh, cool. I was gonna go get the pictures in the on the site, government site, but hey, you could click on it right in the article and just look at them there instead of me going through and getting it there. Here, I'll move it over so you can see. Or here, let me just save it and then I'll bring it over. Hold on 1 second. Let me take all these pictures. I'm sure you guys have seen these, but maybe some people haven't. So 1 second. Mm. Okay. Hold on 1 second, guys. No, I didn't mean to do that. Hold on. Okay. All right. When this video ends, I'll bring it over. This is about to end, and then we can watch the. Oh, this is the other one. Or wait, did it play the second one? Yeah. So this is another drone of some more of his island, but Little St. James. And it was taken. Actually, this is after his arrest. This is post arraign Little St. James. The first one was on August 30th, 2019, is when they were taking the drone footage. So it's not him doing it. He was already dead, right? Yeah, he would already been dead. Then it wasn't August. Wait, when did he die again? Hold on. August 10th was something. Either when he died or when he got arrested. Now, hold on. I'll look it up. When did Epstein die? Yeah, August 10th is when he died. Okay. So this was taken after he died. This was on 9/11/19, and the first one we watched was 8/30/19. So it was after his death. I don't know if you want to watch any more of them. You want to finish this or not? I don't know what you guys have seen, you know. You know what? Let me save these and I could play some of the interviews to play with these videos that don't have any sound. Yes, that's what I'll do next. Okay. Yeah. There's a bunch. So then it could go with, let me show you the pictures they were talking about with the dental chairs. Hold on. If you guys haven't seen them yet. This was in one of the, on the island in one of the rooms or whatever. Look. How creepy was all these heads? Wait, what did they say the heads were of? Dude, that's so creepy. What do you mean had the shorelines? I don't understand what you're saying, Casey. Had the shorelines? Okay, so here's another picture. Or here, let me just hit over. Here's that where it says power, what they're explaining, where it says power plants appeared, truth, music, deception, intellectual, political, mirror in face, mine, I don't, mirror your face, I don't know. Power, deception, truth, plots, I don't know. Appeal, I don't know. Music. Yes. Here's a big shower. Look at that. Like a bench. And you could, is this shower too? Or is it a sauna? But they have a shower head and you got pillows, towels. I don't know. Huh. Look at this. Look at his face all smiley. And he's all red. Like he's all, ugh. Look how young he is here with his little cigar or whatever. Hold on. Oh, I think that's him with the girl, isn't it? Yeah, he's standing behind her and he's got his arm. I feel like his arms are around her right here, chest maybe. And then can't tell what that arm's doing, but yeah. All right. Let me get an interview we could play. Oh, but I wanted it before I do that. I want to just show you this short real quick. Hold on, let me find it. I'm sure a lot of you guys have seen that, but we can watch that too again. But hold on. And I notice he'll always take pictures. And I feel like he's doing that for, in my opinion, I feel like he's doing that to use that like for some kind of weapon, in my opinion. But like he'll take like pictures of people getting busted for crimes. Look. He'll take like a quick like video. Wait,
good, it's fine.
Hold on. Resignation at Harvard over claims of abuse. And then we have, oh, that's the same one. Hold on.
Okay. Okay.
Gosh, it goes so quick. No. Hold on, let me go back to that. Where's it at? So this says investigating sexual misconduct accusations. Arizona State suspends a physicist. And then we have this one. This one actually has his name. It says, Mr. Boyce said he had no plans to retire. People retire so they can do what they love to do. He said, I already love what I do. He's a busy on the constitutional challenge to the Electoral College on a pro bono basis. He's representing a S trafficking victim in the suit against the billionaire hedge fund manager, Jeffrey Epstein, and he highlighted his or underlined his name. And he's one of the lead lawyers representing plaintiffs in a class action against Takata and a manufacturer of defective airbags. And then he took a picture of, or video of this one. Weinstein, friend in Italy, funds himself engulfed in a media storm. Or like those quick. Oh, they talk about.
Freshwater fish. What's that one? Throw it to the right.
Where?
There, to the right. There's only one right. There, that big one there. See it?
This one. That's the one. That's, hold on. Where is it at? Right here, look. She's massaging his foot and just kind of like staring off. Why? Oh, I wish it would just play the next one. I wish it would play the. I'm playing a playlist. Hold on. Isn't that kind of. There's two of them.
Okay, so now I'm walking towards the lily pond. I'm here on the beach by myself. This is my swimming pool. No one's allowed to dock here. My beach. The luncheon place. The nursery. On the point there is the library.
So all these are playing in the playlist. These are all from the Epstein files that keep coming, that are coming. Here's another one of that girl massaging. It's a different one. Same girl. Yeah, look. It's just because we know what happens after that. That's why it's creepy. Like, and this girl's probably a minor or, you know, young. She's massaging his foot. They're out in the beach with the, you know, his island. I don't know. Why is he just recording her for a second? Like, is he trying to thinking he's taking a picture, but does these like 2-second recordings, or did he just do real quick just to have like a quick video? I don't, just some kind of proof or something. I don't know. It's weird because there's a lot of them that are like that. What's sitting over there? Is that one of those sauna hats that we were looking at? Look, he's got the wine bottles, glasses of wine. One has some left. Got a phone, iPhone, it looks like. Huh. That's another weird, like, who's this girl? He's videoing, oh, there's another, like, look, he's just videoing her face. And then he's videoing this one sleeping. All these quick ones, like, what the heck? Why? Like, look. This girl is young. Like, she looks really young. She looks like she could be like 10, 11, 12, maybe 12, 13, maybe. I don't know. But like, what's he doing? He, like, this is his hand holding her head. And he's like, look, put videoing something on her head. But that's his hand right there, holding her hair back.
I'm very.
He starts to say something.
I'm very.
I have the volume way down, but let me know if you need it higher. I'm just, I feel bad because
Okay. Drive slow. Don't speed. You are the best. Sonny Mo. Sonny Mo.
Johnny Mo!
That's what I was thinking. Like, that's what I was thinking when I said he thought it was on a, oh, live photo. That's, yes. But wouldn't it say? No, I guess if you saved it, it would come as a video. That's right. Because you know when you're a phone, you have it, you could tell that it's a live photo. But yeah, I mean, it could be that. You're right. And then they got it as files. Might be right.
No, wait. Pick up. Here it is.
Johnny Mo!
Selena, alltid ready to go. Woo!
Oh, music. But this is kind of a creepy room. And there's some music playing, but I don't want to get copyright. But look at that room. What is that room? Hold on a second. I want to do something really quick. I'm trying to see if I can figure out something. Okay. I'm going to play an interview, some of the audio interviews on that are part of the files too in a minute. So this is with his lip. Oh, like that something infection. Hold on. That noise too. Oh.
It's gonna be a fright, that's what it's gonna.
creepy. That's one of those creepy ritual, freaky little ceremonies, right? That they have. Oh my lord! It reminds me of when what's his name snuck into the oh oh my god! I can't think of what it's called. The camp that they do of the shady it went, oh my god, it's on the tip of my tongue. Grove. What is it called? Is it Shady Grove? No, dude, why can't I think of stuff very good anymore? But anyway, where Alex Jones, have you guys seen that? Like a long time ago when he snuck in and he snuck in a video of that ceremony that they do there. So creepy, so creepy. Yes, in California. Yes. I remember when I was still living in Colorado, when I just deep dove, like, learned about like all these conspiracy. Oh my God. I was just like, by the end of it, I was trying to like show Randy all the stuff I was learning. And that was my initial like wake up of like all the conspiracy, all the stuff going on with like, 9/11 thing, the government, like how shady everybody is, the government, and all this stuff where I really like learned how crazy it's just like I remember just showing Randy and he's like, what? And we were just like, I couldn't stop looking into all this stuff. I'm like, oh my God. I remember when I moved home, I was teaching my grandma all this stuff. My mom was like, grandma likes that kind of stuff. Like, she's smart, like, sure. And I was like, I needed to like tell people about it. I was like, oh my God, all this corruptness and all this stuff that I learned, like, oh, anyway, that's what that reminded me of though. Have you guys seen that where he tapes that and it's like this weird, like the Moloch and the sacrifice of the children, of the baby, and it's supposed to be like a, whatchamacallit, see, I can't think of anything. I can't think of words, but it's supposed to be like a representation and not a real baby. But rumors are that they do real ones, like, but kind of like, I don't know. It's creepy. It's creepy. Bohemian Grove. Yes, thank you. Thank you, Ninja. Oh my Lord. I could think of Grove and I couldn't think of the first one. The first part of it. I kept saying Shady Grove because I was thinking of that song. Oh, I knew it wasn't Shady Grove. That's why I was like, I don't know what it is, but yes, Bohemian Grove. Bohemian Grove. It's so creepy. Anyway, oh shoot. Okay, so let me play. What's the wait?
I pomachaj.
That one was labeled Jeffrey Epstein victim, so it's probably maybe labeled that in the files. Maybe this one is just his passport, so I'm not sure who took this. Was it him or the law enforcement? It says the bearer was convicted of a SO against a minor and is covered SO pursuant. So I mean, he had to register, when that one charge. Here, let me turn this down. His first charge. And then his passport. Took his passport. Okay. Oh, this is kind of
Tell me, what are the
interesting.
odds
This is
that
interesting.
the notary to the deed of what was both Epstein and Howard Lutnick's property at 11 East 71st Street, because yes, Epstein owned that property before Lutnick owned that property. It was transferred to Epstein for just $10 in 1992. Epstein passed the deed to a Comet Trust in 1996, again for just $10, of which a Guido Goldman was a trustee, the son of one of the founders of the World Jewish Congress. And then it was passed to Lutnick in 1996 for, again, just $10. Who notarized the deed transferring this property from Jeffrey Epstein to the Comet Trust in 1996? A Gary Pollard just so happened to be in the perfect spot at the perfect time to record the perfect shot of the South Tower collapsing on September 11th, 2001. Is it just a weird coincidence that Jeffrey Epstein and Howard Lutnick owned 911 East 71st Street?
That's weird, huh? That's crazy. All right, hold on. I want to see something before. You know what I want to play first before I play the interviews? Because those are, I'll have to be up here. I want to make sure, because I want to go get a drink and a snack. So I'm going to play part of this documentary I was watching earlier. I'm not going to play it all. It's really good. I know people might be mad if I stop it as they're playing it, but I'm not going to watch it all, at least right away. Because I want to play, when I get back up, play the interviews. But I'm going to play some of it. Hold on. Let me find it. Hopefully it'll let me play them. Hopefully it's not one of those things where it shuts off your live, you know, because it's copyrighted. And so, some of them are copyrighted in a way where if you're playing them and you're live, it'll shut it down and you have to stop playing it. So you can't even have the choice to play it. Oh, wait, let me play. Hold on. There's a couple other videos that where he's buying jewelry.
So too small, no?
Did you hear?
Did you... Definitely will bid for the rings.
All right. Hold on. You can watch some of his interviews. I don't know. A lot of people probably have seen him, but there's a grainy gay parade in New York that he must have put videoed. Oh, this is a good one.
It's fascinating.
Watching,
but first,
there's a bunch of clips of them and on that channel. So this is about Ghislaine. Because remember we were watching her jail cell. We watched some of it last night. So
Sam, you have clients in Bryan prison alongside Ghislaine Maxwell. Now, I know that all the prisoners have been told they cannot talk about her, but I know you've talked to some of their relatives. What are you hearing from people in the same jail as Ghislaine Maxwell about how things have changed since she's come in as basically a trophy prisoner?
I've helped many high-profile people. I served time in Miami with Peter Madoff, Bernie's brother. And the sentiment that I'm getting from...
that's a whole new episode on its own. I am dying to talk to you about that. But let's stay focused on Maxwell, and then promise me you will come back and let's talk about the Madoffs.
Absolutely. So there's two general sentiments amongst the inmates that are there. In many instances, when you have a high-profile individual that enters the facility, there's a lot of fascination. I've had, two people that are currently in the president's inner circle that serve time, and there's
so
a
that's
lot of fascination.
Steve Bannon and Peter Navarro, correct?
Correct. And when they go into a prison, or anybody of that type of stature or fame, inmates tend to be very curious. They want to almost live vicariously through them. And many of the staff tend to be very deferential to them because they understand who they are and who their friends might be. In this case with Ms. Maxwell, it is completely different. They were warned, the inmates and the staff were warned prior to her coming in that under no circumstances are they to disclose anything that happens with her or to her or surrounding her during her time at Bryan. In one case, there was one inmate that told somebody, a journalist, something about her. And this young lady was a friend of one of my clients, and she had a very short sentence. Keeping in mind, prison phones and email are subject to being monitored. So you know for sure they have an AI system that is just looking for the name Maxwell. And as soon as this other inmate made the statement, she was whisked off that night to Houston Federal Detention Center, which is a maximum security facility. So
wow.
The sentiment is one of walking on ice. They're afraid, as the staff is afraid, to do anything wrong because they know that in order for her to have gotten there, the strings at the highest possible level had to have been pulled. And they see, and we can talk about some of the things that they're experiencing while she's there, from her visits to how her meals are being handled, and they're truly walking on eggshells. The other sentiment, which I find fascinating, is the inmates, feel that she is being treated more like a guest in a hotel than an inmate in a federal prison.
So she's been treated as a sort of celebrity prisoner, basically. She's getting special treatment. Everybody else is feeling nervous. One person who let something slip has already been moved to a harsher jail. So this is not someone you want to mess with.
This is, at least from my clients, they're steering clear of her. They want to stay as far away from her, and they're actually afraid to socialize with her because you never know, especially in a prison environment, what could happen, not just between the inmate and Ms. Maxwell, but between the inmate that's socializing with her and other inmates.
You know everybody, Elon Musk, Charlie Kirk, Jeffrey Epstein was your neighbor. I would be remiss if I didn't ask you about him, East 71st Street. He was your neighbor for 10 years. How well did you know him?
All right. So we are in number 11 and he lives in number 9.
Right.
So we renovate, we buy our house, and our house is pigeons and mice.
Right.
Okay. That's it. It was derelict.
Right.
So we rebuild our house. We move in 2005. Okay. Jeffrey Epstein is arrested in like 08, I think, or something like that.
Right.
So knock on the door. His assistant on like a Saturday says, Mr. Epstein, your neighbor would like to invite you over for coffee. So my wife and I go next door. We walk the 7 steps,
yes,
right, to the next house for coffee. We share a wall.
Right.
So it's in New York City. So he invites us in. We have coffee in this, and he says, do you want a tour? We said, great.
Interesting.
He's got a really big house.
Every room you went into?
He's got, well, I'll tell you. So his house is like super big, really wide. And so he gives me a tour in the living room, big living room. And then across from it is double doors. I assume it's the dining room.
Yeah.
And he opens the doors and there's a massage table in the middle of the room.
Ooh.
And candles all around and stuff. So I ask very insightful, cutting questions. I say to him, massage table in the middle of your house? How often do you have a massage? And he says, every day. And then he gets weirdly close to me.
Ooh.
And he says, and the right kind of massage.
Ooh.
Now, my wife is standing here. So she looks at me and I look at her and we say, I'm sorry, we have to go. And we left. And in the 6 or 8 steps it takes to get from his house to my house, my wife and I decided that I will never be in the room with that disgusting person ever again.
Really?
So I was never in the room with him socially, for business, or even philanthropy. If that guy was there, I wasn't going because he's gross.
Oh.
And so I look back at it as a gift.
Yes.
He gave me a gift.
Yes.
Of a voice. And so, yeah,
So
that's my story. A one and absolutely done.
Right. So I mean, that's an incredible story that you could pick up that he was a pervert.
It's gross. The guy's gross. I mean, right with my wife. And like, he's gross. The guy's gross. This was not, the deep nuance of Howard Lutnick. This guy's gross.
Right. So how come Bill Gates and all these other people could hang around him and not see what you saw? Or did they see it and ignore it? Or
no, they participated.
Right.
That's what his MO was, get a massage, get a massage. And what happened in that massage room, I assume was on video. This guy was the greatest blackmailer ever. Blackmailed people. That's how he had money. So
what happened to those videos? Why is there now such a dearth of information when, Donald Trump's people are running the FBI and the DOJ?
I assume way back when they traded those videos in exchange for him getting that 18-month sentence, which allowed him to have visits and be out of jail. I mean, he's a serial sex offender. How could he get 18 months and be able to go to his office during the day and have visitors and stuff? It must have been a trade. So my assumption, I have no knowledge, but my assumption is there was a trade for the videos because there were people on those videos.
And have you talked to Donald Trump about this and shared your theory?
No, I mean, he knows the story.
Right.
But my story, that, I was one and done with the guy. He knows that story, but that's it.
He would have been interested in that story.
Yeah, but I don't know. It's a story. It's just a one and done. That guy. Ugh.
And did Trump feel the same way about him?
I don't speak to him about these kind of, these are just distractions.
Would you raise your hand, please? Have you guys seen this? Or I feel like a lot of people may have seen this. I was going to play a cell thing, but if you haven't, we could watch this interview or this, it's like a deposition thing. But I was going to play, hold on, Zeke. I'm going to give him some of my string cheese. I want to play a part of, where is it? Where they do the cell tour of where he died. All right, hold on, let me find it. Where is it? Hold on, I had it up when I was, hold on, Bubba. I saw it. Hold on, baby. Should be around here. Jeffrey Museum. Tweaking. Epstein. Dude. Wait a minute. What am I missing here? I had it when I was like, oh, I'm going to play that because it was close to where. Sleeping room. Hold on, Bubba. I know it's on this playlist. I don't know why I'm missing it. Or hold on. Oh, here it is. Okay.
Staff bathroom? Holding.
Real quick, I was trying to figure out why is this not operating anymore, this prison? Because I mean, it's so dirty and gross, and like there's nobody in any of the rooms. Is this shut down now, or I want to look this up? Because look, it looks like that it's just, I don't know, not operating.
Cell. Shoe. Entrance, camera, holding cell, entrance for the shoe, officer station, secondary desk, main camera, G tier on top, H tier on top. That cage is the law library, was the law library. L tier on top, M tier on bottom. That's I, K over there. Officer station, L tier. Epstein was in the cell with the light on. Direct view. Camera at the entrance here. Epstein's cell. Shower area for the shoe. View from outside the cell. Possible phone jack that was removed. Did it remove? Phone jack, phone jack. 16. This would be the cage that Noah stated that she opened, and she stood here while Thomas made his rounds doing feeding. Epstein's view would have been directly off the shoe officer's desk. G tier, H tier, roll library, I, K. G tier, turn south up there. Coming back, right next to the steps going down, this is the shower for G tier. Shower. The phone jacks would have been here and here. Cameras at the end of the tier and G tier. Come back around. Turn south, it's up top. That's the camera pointed down to its opposite station. Shoe counselor. Fox, lieutenant's office. Turn south. Cells. Turn south cells. Staff bathroom, repeated. And turn south. station that we see on camera. View from
Okay. So that makes sense. Even though I don't know when, wow, this is more of those videos. Even though I don't know when, excuse me.
Beh, e non trovi che era un must questo? Con la luna poi?
I don't know when that video was taken of the cell, of the jail that Jeffrey was in. It's not operating anymore. It stopped operating in 2021. And my guess that video was after, right? Because it looked like it wasn't operating anymore. Like they were cleaning it out. But it says the prison where Jeffrey died, the Metropolitan Correctional Center, MCC in New York City, is not currently operating. The facility has been inactive and closed since August 2021. Following 2021 or significant security failures and poor conditions, including those highlighted by Epstein 2019 self-delete. So it's not anymore. If it was at the time of that recording, man, it was disgusting. Like even the desk where the workers worked, it was like horrible, but I think it looks like they were trying to empty it out, right? Okay. So I'm going to try to play some of this documentary, and I might even get ready for bed while it's playing, because it's one of those ones that it's so interesting. I just keep it playing. It's really good. Well, there was two actually. Hold on. Let me see. I want to play the one. Give me a minute. Let me see here. I feel like the one might have been a little bit. Hold on, let me see what this one is.
It's a question of.
I don't know if this is the one. Hold on.
Boys Town.
No, but we should watch this time. I don't think this is the one that I wanted to. This is the one.
So,
what do you guys think? You want to watch it? I don't know if it'll be copyright and it's going to get taken down, but I'll try. Let's see.
Epstein said this to me one time, but one day he pulled me aside and he said, Maria, look at this. You see all this? And I'm like, what? And he said, this room, all these decorators coming and going and all this stuff all this artwork and this beautiful furniture. You see it all? I said, yeah. And he said, I got it for $1. And this is the first time I heard the name Les Wexner. He said, Wexner gave it all to me. He'll do anything for me. When I called the FBI, I'm going to tell you what I told them. I said, I know this is strange, but I said, I have a report to make on someone that I've been working for that recently kidnapped me. And they said, who are you talking about? And I said, okay, well, his name is Jeffrey Epstein. And I said, and her name is Ghislaine Maxwell. And I said, but here's what's important. It also involves the Clinton family. It involves Bill Clinton for sure. It involves Donald Trump. And I said, but the most important one, and I said that he's the head of the snake, is Les Wexner. And they said, what do you think he is? And I said, he's Jewish mafia. And they said, what do you mean? And I said, what do you mean, what do I mean? Yeah, I said, what do you mean, what do I mean? I said, he's not Italian, he's Jewish, and he's mafia. I said, I can't be any clearer with you. And they said, how do you know he's Jewish mafia? And then I went on to list everything that I'd seen. That was just so creepy.
Could you
and how they
tell
sent the
me
dogs
what you
after
told
me.
them
And
about why you thought Wexner was part of the Jewish mob? Because that anything you can tell me there helps me build my case. I don't know if you read my background in Wexner in part 3 of my series or remember it, but there's definitely a lot of evidence pointing to him. Right. So there was this police report filed, and I think it was Columbus, about the murder of his tax attorney. And the police report was destroyed, but there was a copy of it that ended up resurfacing 15 years later after it was supposed to be destroyed, that linked him pretty much directly to the National Crime Syndicate, which is the Jewish and Italian mafias working together. But in the 1980s, there were these series of lawsuits and arrests made. Rudy Giuliani was actually a big part in that. It was like the pizza something, I can't remember, but they basically the Jewish mob in New York took out the Italian mafia they'd been working with all those years and consolidated and basically just took over the whole thing. So anyway, Wexner has ties to those guys. So, but anything you can give me about what you saw that made you think so I mean there's clear ties from that, right? But beyond that, anything you can tell me about what you saw, why you thought it was organized crime and not like intelligence, things like that. So anything there is helpful.
Right. So one of the things that made me think it was all the passports. I know for a fact Epstein had an Israeli passport because he showed me. Okay? Yeah. But Epstein, and I'll tell you about the Wexner, like why I think he's mafia, but I just want to say too why I thought it was really sketchy that they had like how Ghislaine had all those passports. He had a passport, a French passport, an English passport, an Israeli passport, an American passport, and there was one other. And then it made me really mad that when the FBI raided the safe, I know what was in that safe. And it's not a regular safe, it's a whole room, just so you know. So when people say a safe, they think, oh, it's the safe. It's Wexner had one too. It's a whole room you walk into. And in that safe, he had a lot of photographs of children, and I know for fact pictures of my sisters are in there because one of the people from his freaking office had told me they were in his briefcase, and he kept his briefcase in that safe. He also kept everything in there because he told me he kept it for Wexner, everything. And when I asked why they recorded everything all the time, I said, is Wexner really paranoid? And he said, yeah, that's one. Epstein said, yeah, that's one way of saying it. He keeps everything. He records it all. He said, I record everything, and I keep it for Wexner in the safe. So the first house I go to has pinhole cameras. Jeffrey's showing me. He's really proud of them. Second house I go to has pinhole cameras. He says, Wexner gave me this house for $1. Wexner gave me this for $1. Then I go to the apartment. They had pinhole cameras in the Victoria's Secret dressing room. Now, just to fast forward, when I was in Wexner's house, there were cameras there were pinhole cameras throughout that thing. And Jeffrey, again, is like, oh, look at all the pinhole cameras. And Ghislaine says, you need to be careful. We can see everything. When I would go to the restroom or take a shower or anything, Ghislaine would call me, and from the speaker, and this is in New York, sometimes in London, in different places, she would say, get out of the loo, get off the toilet. She would start screaming at me. And I was on the toilet. And I'm like, what's happening? So then later Jeffrey's like, oh, yeah, everything's being fed to Abigail. They're watching everything. They literally watched my every move, Whitney. Who does that? My point is, who has cameras everywhere? Sharpshooters, Doberman, mafia. That's why I said mafia. I'm like, I don't know anyone who lives like this. There were little pinhole cameras in that first mansion that Annie met Jeffrey in. And in the second mansion that he gave Jeffrey for $1, they were in the building that his brother owned on 66th Street. There were pinhole cameras in all these buildings that Wexner, all the buildings that Wexner had owned. Well, here's where they were in the building that Wexner owned. They were in the Victoria's Secret stalls. Even though I had this driver's license, and Jeffrey had given me his SUV to use while I was there, but I couldn't go outside because, Whitney, there were sharpshooters, and no one discusses this, actual freaking sharpshooters everywhere. And anyway, the weirdest part about being at Wexner's was it wasn't the basement, because they had a basement. It was like below that, and there was a sauna in that room, like a huge sauna, and then they had like a vault, and then they had a door to an underground tunnel. And the only way I knew it was an underground tunnel was because their maid told me. I said, what is this door? Because I used to keep everything down there. And she said, oh, that's the tunnel that leads to the main house. I'm like, well, that's weird. Why would they do that? And she said, oh, you don't know? And I said, no. And she said, there's a giant 10,000 square foot floor that raises up when someone goes through that tunnel. And then they can enter the room secretly in, and then no one ever sees them. The floor raises up. She said it's 10,000 square feet. I mean, here's the thing. I lived there for 3 months, and I never once saw him. I saw Abigail on her horses, go out to get her horses. I could just see her and go out, but I never once saw him. And that's why I called him, like, the Wizard of Oz, because he was controlling everything, but no one ever saw the guy. Okay, so Wexner set up, just so you know, nobody talks about this, but Whitney, before that first house, the house that Wexner gave to Jeffrey for $1, it's like the mansion that he raped all the children in. Before that house, there was another one. Yeah, Wexner gave him that one, and that thing was incredible. That's where Annie actually met him. I brought her over there. But that house, that mansion then was later given to Ghislaine recently. She sold it to give it to, or the townhouse, whatever, and that's how she settled with Virginia. She sold that. Oh my God, that woman. And she also had an apartment she took me to. So then she shows me all this stuff on the mantle. She takes me to the mantle. I'd never been in this apartment. It's on the Upper East Side. It was like probably 3,000 square feet. Really nice apartment. Like, I didn't have any friends that lived that well, but it wasn't like, showy like her other places. But she shows me on the mantle, and I'm like, oh, what's this? And she said, these are things my father took from the British Museum. And she's like, they're ancient relics. And I'm like, did she just say that? See, I could never repeat things to people because I think I was lying or something. And I'm like, what do you mean he took them? And she's like, he took them. He liked them. And she's like, this is an ancient Peruvian relic, and she's showing me this stuff that was 22 karat gold that had been taken from graves, but out of the British Museum. I'm like, this is not good. And then she showed me all the royals. Like, she had about like 12 photo albums of growing up with the royals. Everyone thinks that they met at Oxford. No, they did not.
Yeah, I'm lying about that. Yeah.
She showed me pictures.
Yeah. Well, I talked about, I did an article where I brought up some scrubbed news reports talking about Ghislaine and Andrew way before they said they officially met. And I also heard from someone that Epstein was in London a lot in the 80s, and that he had met Prince Andrew at some point during his time in London in the 80s. And he was apparently dating Ghislaine in the 80s, even though they claim they met in the early 90s and all this stuff. So I know they're all lying. So trying to figure out how much they knew. I mean, any of that information is really helpful. So.
Right. And she grew up with the royals. Like, she showed me all the photo albums. Well, she also knew Fergie, like, a long, long time ago, because I saw pictures of her super young with Fergie before she was ever married to Prince Andrew. And, I mean, it was weird. It's like somehow she knew a lot of these people. Now, she knew Prince Andrew when they were definitely, like, I mean, she looked maybe 20 in some of these pictures, or maybe younger than that even, with Prince Andrew. And so I can date some of it by telling you that some of the photographs where they're all super young, they were making fun. I'm not kidding you. The pictures of Diana when she was just dating the prince, and Diana's in the corner crying in some of these pictures, and Ghislaine's like, look there, we made her cry. Isn't that funny? We hated Diana. That's what she said. And I was like, oh my God, that's horrible.
I just don't think I have as many supporters in that environment than I did. Yeah.
You mean within the royal household?
They see me as a threat of some kind.
Ghislaine answers to Wexner. I know that for a fact.
So you think she answers more to
that's how I knew he was
Wexner
ahead of this
than, like, I don't know, like Israeli intelligence where her dad worked, right? do you think she's more like under Wexner than?
Right. No, I know she's Israeli. Yeah. Well, Wexner is Israeli intelligence, 100%. And I believe that. I mean, there's no way it was just a sign. It was a sign that she would be under him. And I know that's where she got all of her funding to do this scam with Epstein. I know that. Well, the thing that's so gross is that the FBI is complicit. You're the only one who cares about how it all began. That's what's so important.
That's where it is.
The
I mean,
source,
that's where the real
Israel.
story is. I mean, that's how you find out how
Yes.
extensive it is.
That's the story.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Yeah, and it's all out of Israel. I'm going to tell you what Ghislaine told me about her dad. Because, see, I knew her right after he died. Like, I think he'd only died, like, 2 years before.
He died in 91.
She was constantly grieving for him, right? She was constantly still in grief. And Epstein, okay, so she would tell the story that her dad had Epstein protecting her. And I'm like, wait, what? This is weird. So she would say that Epstein was kind of assigned to her to take care of her because her dad, like right before her dad passed away.
Take me back to the 1980s, because Ari Ben-Menashe says that's when Ghislaine was smitten by Jeffrey Epstein, and Robert Maxwell brings her in, and then him in, Jeffrey Epstein in, to introduce him to Ari Ben-Menashe and says, we want this guy to work for us doing Iran-Contra. Can you confirm any of those details?
I can help you understand the timeline and who participated with Jeffrey Epstein and how he became a spy and what he did when he became a spy. I can help you in all those areas because I was there.
You were there?
I did.
Did he tell you? Did he tell you I'm a spy? Did he go and say I'm working for the Israelis?
Yes. He told me that he was a spy. He was fully aware that I was asked to join to be a spy and that I rejected the request.
So Douglas Leese asked you to join them and be a spy, and you said, no, I don't want to have anything to do with that.
I rejected the request of the spying.
Okay.
Jeffrey Epstein accepted the request of the spying, and he further cemented his opportunity in espionage when he met Ghislaine Maxwell and entered into a serious relationship with her as a lady-man relationship that was a very strong bond between them, a very powerful and dynamic work relationship between the two of them, and they've admitted to the public that they took over Robert Maxwell's spying records, operations, and moved that to Florida to Jeffrey Epstein's house. That's been admitted. That's a fact.
He and Epstein were involved in laundering about 1.5 billion, I think it is. And Hoffenberg ended up in upstate New York in a federal prison. And he was there at the time that Epstein was in Florida being charged. So Ghislaine Maxwell had she was the glue. She was
Although
the
Epstein
fixer.
was with Les Wexner at the time, right?
Yes, he was. He was with people called the mega group. I mean, these group of big sort of businessmen who are linked to Israel. Some would say they're sort of the rich Zionists in America. But I think that if, as I believe, Epstein more than likely was connected to Mossad, she was too. And I think that she would have been used as the bait. My personal feeling, I think that she helped Epstein moved in that kind of direction. In other words, where he wasn't just sort of the money guy, a kind of crooked money guy. He was a money guy who could actually help Israel.
But her dad knew him.
Right.
I thought that was really strange.
The guy that used to work for Israeli intelligence with Robert Maxwell told me that he had seen Jeffrey Epstein in Maxwell's office in like the mid 80s. So that definitely goes back several years.
Part of the business too? Was she involved in what you were doing over there?
No. But later on, she got involved with Israeli intelligence together with him.
Right.
But not in this honesty in Iran or business.
Would you say she was an agent as well? Was she
Yes,
someone
yes.
working for Israeli intelligence?
Oh, definitely.
Military intelligence as well?
Yes, yes.
And when that happens, because I have no idea how that world works, so I'm learning a little bit.
It happened by accident.
Do you get orders and you have to do certain things, or is it more like...
No, you get projects. What really happened, my take on it, and the later thing, is that these guys were seen as agents. And so they found a niche for themselves, blackmailing American and other political figures.
For the Israelis?
Yeah.
So it's hard for people to understand why Israel would want to get blackmail on an American. I'm asking a question that I can answer it quite probably, but for most people it's hard for them to think about Israel as being blackmailing their leaders in the United States. It's a very...
It was quite their MO.
En dan de Mossad en Clinton. Begin 97 ontdekt de FBI dat de Mossad een spion heeft in het Witte Huis. Iemand op een hoge positie met de codenaam Mega. De FBI begint een klopjacht, maar moet daarmee stoppen. De Mossad chanteert het Witte Huis.
So they set up an operation outside Monica's apartment, and they bugged it. And they picked up some 30 hours of phone sex between the president and Mr. Lewinsky.
30 hours?
About 30 hours, yeah. And those are all taken back to Tel Aviv. Mossad probably remains still top of the pile because it's never lost its war footing mentality. Mossad also has, in a sense, an easier role to play in a way because it says first, last, and always Israel, always. And anything that only affects Israel is what interested primarily.
See, sleeping around is not a crime. Maybe embarrassing, but not a crime. But sleeping with underage girls is a crime.
I did receive money to go to these parties. After every party, I was paid by Mr. Epstein. There wasn't, out of all the girls that were there with me, most of them were 13, 14. I think the oldest one might have been 16, but just turned 16. And she'd been there for a while. He'd see me, he would say, "Oh man, you look," and it wasn't like a, "Oh, you remind me of my daughter." It was this sick, evil, like, you remind me of my daughter.
You are special. You remind me of my daughter.
I've said that if Ivanka weren't my daughter, perhaps I'd be dating her.
It was just this weird pleasure, sick smile. Like I don't even want to know what he was thinking about. I could imagine what he was thinking about. After the parties would end, we were to report to Mr. Epstein and basically tell him everything that happened, with who, what they liked, what they disliked, if there was any requests, if there was any talk about anything. That's what, we told Mr. Epstein everything. He ripped off all my clothes and he started to basically have sex with me, and I was screaming because I'd never had sex before. It was my first time, and Tiffany was yelling at him too. She was saying I was a virgin, and he told us to just shut the fuck up and just basically took my virginity while I was crying and telling him to stop, and that's basically begging for him to just stop. And Tiffany didn't know what else to do either. No one was there to help us, or me. And so after the fact, he basically finishes it. It didn't take that long at all. I mean, but it was just, it felt like it was like 5.5 hours. It felt like it was an eternity. Like I don't even know how long it was, but he was done, and I was crying, and Tiffany was consulting me, and She was, apologizing. She told me that she just never put me in that situation again. But he comes over mad because I was crying, and he said that I should be thankful that someone like Donald Trump took my virginity. Or he basically didn't say took my virginity. He said, I should be glad that someone like Donald Trump popped my cherry and not some pimply little 14-year-old. And I just was like, what if I said, what if I get pregnant? Not even talking to him. I didn't want to talk to him. I was talking to Tiffany. And he said, well, you'll get an abortion then, bitch, and then just walked away. And I went out. I told Tiffany I needed to go home.
He made sure these girls were underage. I have theories about who wanted him dead. Probably there were quite a number of people in the States wanted him dead, but I would think mainly the Israelis.
Mainly? I mean, when you look at it, they have the most to lose from all of this coming out.
Because you really didn't want the stories to come out about how they were blackmailing American politicians.
No.
Yeah, it's true, because Ghislaine's thing that she told me was that he was assigned to her to protect her because her dad had died. And I'm like, who assigned you? You know what I mean? Like, what does that mean? And when she was showing me pictures of her dad and crying over them, I had to sit with this bitch all the time and go through photo albums and I know her really well. And I know how she operates. And that's why I'm so afraid that she's still on the loose. And I know who's taking care of her. I know it is the Rothschild. I know it is. And I'll tell you how I know. Because Lady Rothschild is ready to kill me. Because she's best friends with
the Rothschild?
She's gonna sue.
Is this who you're talking about?
Lynn, yeah, Lynn Forster. She's calling me a liar because she's saying that she set Dershowitz. See, I saw Dershowitz coming in and out of the house.
Yeah, she introduced Epstein.
She's
to
saying
Dershowitz,
it's not possible.
She claims that anyway.
She didn't. Yeah, she did not. She did not. But she wants to think so. So their story is that she introduced them as a gift from Wexner. Because every year Wexner would give a gift to Epstein. And this year, he's such a wonderful gift, Dershowitz.
Look, I was introduced to him by the Lady Rothschild.
So she gave him as a gift, But anyway, she said to me, he was assigned to me to protect me because my dad died. And I was like, I don't understand this. And I said, well, what happened to your dad? She said, those cunts pushed him. And I thought she said off the baby Ghislaine. So for years I thought it was the lady Ghislaine. She said those cunts pushed him off of the baby Ghislaine.
People who knew him at the time, who worked with him, have said to me, Robert Maxwell thought he actually owned the Mossad, like he owned newspapers and everything else. That he'd bought them with his millions of stolen money he was feeding to them and so on. With these incredible deals he was making with these people, he was bringing them to and so on. That didn't work with the Mossad. They thought he'd become, what we call a loose cannon.
So then she says to me, my dad was a very powerful man, and, he was very important. She said, Maria, you don't understand. And then she's showing me, who she grew up with and how powerful he was and how much money they had. And then she goes on to tell me, she said, Maria, and this is true, she said, and she showed me, she had passports. Get this, I don't know how this is legal. She had a passport, a French passport, an English passport, an Israeli passport, an American passport, and there was one other. I'm trying to think of what the other one was.
Get your passport to the ocean. So you will have 2 passports.
And I was like, I thought you were only allowed to be citizen of 2 countries or something. I didn't know. And she's like, oh, no, because of my dad. I'm a citizen of all these nations. Later, when she was talking to me about something one day, she said that the Rothschilds were the greatest protectors of her family. And she wasn't talking about Lynn Forrester, by the way.
She was talking about the other ones. Yeah.
His Majesty's government view with favour the establishment of Palestine as a national home for the Jewish people, and will use their best endeavours to facilitate the achievement of this object, it being clearly understood that nothing shall be done which may prejudice the civil and religious rights of existing non-Jewish communities in Palestine, or the rights and political status enjoyed by Jews in any other country. I should be grateful if you would bring this declaration to the knowledge of the Zionist Federation. Yours, Arthur Balfour.
And here it is, the Balfour Declaration. What do you feel when you see it here?
I genuinely feel it's one of the most extraordinary moments in the history of the Jewish people. If you think it took 3,000 years to get to this, and then you say, how did this miracle happen? It's the most incredible piece of opportunism.
The people that are in her, yeah.
Well,
And
Lynn
she said
Forrester
they're the greatest. They've always been the greatest.
Rothschild family, and that was in like the late 90s, early 2000s. So yeah, if she was talking about this to you before then,
it was
she
through.
definitely didn't mean her.
Yeah, no, it was through Ghislaine. I mean, it was that Lynn Forrester, I believe. Didn't she hook up through them?
She
I
met,
mean,
she
I
met,
the Rothschilds
Evelyn de
through
Rothschild, who's her husband, through Henry Kissinger, I believe a Bilderberg.
Yes. Oh, through Kissinger. Okay. Yeah, of course.
Clinton has a very warm friendship with none other than Lynn Forrester de Rothschild. You know Lynn, of the infamous Rothschild banking family. She was introduced to her Rothschild husband by none other than Henry Kissinger at none other than the 1998 Bilderberg Group conference. For real, that is how Lynn became a member of the Rothschild family, a family who has been under scrutiny for centuries for using their banking wealth to control the outcomes of wars and massive global shifts in power. You don't get more establishy than Lynn Rothschild.
The other thing about Wexner is, I'm sure you know this, but this is something I noticed when Jim and I drove through, Ohio. As soon as you cross into Ohio from Kentucky or wherever, you get the first building you see is the Abigail Wexner Center for Women. I thought I was going to die. I was like, you got to be kidding me. And then their buildings dot the whole state. So no matter where you are, you see Wexner this, Wexner that. But then when you go to the bathroom, especially as you get close to Columbus, there's human trafficking signs everywhere, Whitney, everywhere. So when you go to the bathroom in Columbus, on the door it says, do not speak to anyone, do not walk with anyone, go back to your car. I mean, there's like instructions on how to not be trafficked.
Reports of human trafficking in Ohio are on the rise, according to a new report at the Polaris Project, which works to prevent human trafficking.
It's happening all over the country. The state of Ohio, in fact, ranks 4th in the nation.
Right here in the Buckeye State lies an underworld burning with sex and prostitution.
Ohio, actually, in the United States, ranks as high as 4th in terms of the most prevalent use of sexually trafficked people.
In Ohio, we see the average age of entry into sex trafficking to be about 15 years old.
And I'm sorry, I don't believe in coincidences at all. I don't believe in them. And years ago, when I was in hiding, I was listening to this show, and it said, did you know that all human trafficking begins and ends in Columbus, Ohio? Isn't that interesting? And I'm like, what?
I had no idea. In Columbus, Ohio.
What? So human trafficking from the United States, even if they get the kid from Phoenix, before they take him to Mexico, they go to Columbus. What are the chances? I mean, wow. He owns Columbus, and it's the hub. Now, it's not the number one, LA is the number one center for human trafficking now, but at the time it was Columbus, and it's still Columbus is number 3. It's not the 3rd biggest city, and it's also the place where they all go. They all go to there before they leave the country or go to wherever they're going. They go to Columbus first. Why? Why do they take everyone to Columbus first? And I mean, the fact that they watched me like that Abigail, I had to get her permission to go outside. One day, I went outside and without asking first, and a pack of Dobermans came towards the door, like flying. I got inside. I had a Yorkshire Terrier, and they would have eaten me alive. And I'm not afraid of dogs at all, but these dogs are trained to kill. And so I didn't go back outside for like a month.
The victims of former Ohio State University Dr. Richard Strauss are demanding a federal and state investigation into the Wexner family. The letter to the state attorney general and U.S. attorney general claims Les and Abigail Wexner assisted in the cover-up of an assault victim. Now, this is the letter that requested an investigation into the allegations of Maria Farmer. She claims she was sexually assaulted by Jeffrey Epstein in Wexner's home back in 1996. The letter states that Farmer was forced to stay on the property by Wexner's security team. A Wexner family spokesperson said the Wexners had no knowledge of Farmer and never met her. We were also given a statement that reads in part, quote, the Epstein house was not a Wexner guest house, was not on land owned by the Wexners, and was nearly 1/2 mile away from the Wexner home. The letter also brings attention to the fact that Abigail Wexner serves on the Ohio State Board of Trustees. The 5 Strauss victims are asking for the investigation because they said the allegations are terrifying and, quote, bear directly on our own fight for justice. Strauss is accused of sexually abusing at least 300 young men. We reached out to the victims who wrote this letter and to OSU for a statement, but haven't heard back. I also reached out to the Attorney General's office and was told they are reviewing the letter and was given a statement that reads in part, quote, the office takes all allegations of sexual assault seriously. In Ohio, primary criminal jurisdiction rests with local prosecutors and police agencies. The Attorney General only has authority over such matters when invited in by local authorities.
And who has like a tunnel under their house and the floor raises up? I think Jeffrey just did his bidding for Wexner in whatever way he wanted. I think Jeffrey did whatever Wexner wanted. And he provided Wexner not only with boys, but with girls.
But really quick, you sort of mentioned that you knew that Wexner had some sort of Israel tie and that Ghislaine was working under him. Can you elaborate on that? Do you think he had ties to Israeli intelligence?
I would ask Mr. Dershowitz to also address the topic of Zev Shalev at Narrative, the Israeli-born former CBS News executive producer, and Whitney Webb, who have reported that Jeffrey Epstein was being run by Israeli military intelligence as disclosed by Ari Ben-Menashe, and the allegations in the book Robert Maxwell, Israel Super Spy, that Ghislaine Maxwell's father, Robert Maxwell, was a KGB and Israeli intelligence agent who worked with the Red Mafia and Mogilevich to set up money laundering instruments around the world. So, Mr. Dershowitz, your background in defending Pollard and then Epstein suggests that you might be an agent of a Russian-Israeli axis. So I would ask you to address that from a Jewish American patriot of conscience perspective. That's me.
Okay. Epstein working for the Mossad. What intelligence agency would trust Jeffrey Epstein?
Yeah.
Okay. And why do you think that?
So I absolutely do. So, okay, so this is why I think it. So Jeffrey and Ghislaine, they were at the estate. You know, they came like 3 times to visit Wexner while I was there. And they would go meet with him, and then they'd come back. And Ghislaine said they were working on all these Israeli charities.
The leadership is the most precious commodity. I established the Wexner Heritage Foundation because I thought it was terribly important that the lay leaders of the Jewish community be intelligent, educated, informed.
Going to Israel was the highlight of the entire Wexner experience.
The key to the future of the Jewish people lies in the creative and thoughtful and respectful interchange between Israel and Jews in the diaspora.
For students and for, Jewish people. And I remember thinking, oh, that's weird. And she was like, you don't understand our loyalty to Israel, Maria. You don't understand our loyalty. She's like, unless you're a dual citizen, you just don't get it. She's like, your people could never understand. She would say, my people, your people, the chosen ones, all that bullshit. It's just unfortunate that all the Jewish people I met also happen to be pedophiles that run the world economy, you know? So it gives you like a bad taste in your mouth. Like, ugh. You know, they did a number on all of us. We've all had a hard time with, like, a lot of it because of the abuse. You know, So it's hard to not then go, all these people are like this, when it's not true. Not all of them. Just a huge chunk of elites are like this. I guess all of the elites. I don't know. This is how the elites speak to their, quote, servants. They're I don't know, just like the regular people who aren't Jewish, that aren't allowed to eat at the country clubs. It's a big part of it. The whole time I was there, I lost 20 pounds. I was very small anyway, but I lost 20 pounds because I wasn't allowed to go get food. And when I called Ghislaine and asked why I couldn't eat there, she said, it's a Jewish country club. You're not Jewish. They're not going to serve you. This is how this woman spoke to me. Yeah, this is how these people think, Whitney. They, honest to God, think their DNA is better than everybody else's. I swear to you. It was a theme all the time with them. With Eileen Guggenheim, with, Jeffrey Epstein, with Ghislaine. It was a theme. Jeffrey was a lot less horrible than Ghislaine as far as a human being, like just being around, because she was raping just as many children.
So the country club, you weren't allowed to go because it was only for, people of a certain religion
Jewish
and
people.
Ethnicity. Okay, so
Religious.
that's unfortunate. Wow.
I mean, they could cut you down, and it was so morally devastating. You just felt useless as a human being when you were told you're nothing because you're not Jewish, you're stupid, you're useless, a useless white girl, a poor little peasant. Just the things that I was called, I was just like, I believed it, because it was like a cult. The problem. Yeah, you wouldn't believe the way Jeffrey and Ghislaine spoke about African Americans. It was like, it made my skin crawl. Anybody who was not Jewish, and you're right about this, but the way they spoke about them, it was really horrifying. And it showed me a great deal about how these people truly believe that they're chosen to do something here. I don't know. It's unbelievable to me. And it was every one of them, the way they spoke. And one time I heard Isabel say to her mother, Eileen, Mommy, why do you call Maria a nobody? And she said, honey, Isabel, Maria is not a Jew. She is a nobody.
Wow. Well, it is worth
so you
pointing,
can see why for about 20 years.
That type of stuff I might actually include just because the Maxwell family have
you
ties
should include
to this
it.
group
You
that's,
should include it.
What's it called? Chabad Lubavitch. And group
God.
openly talks about how only Jews are human and the rest of human beings are like cattle, basically.
בעזרת השם זה יחזור. הם ירצו הגויים להיות עבדים שלנו.
זהו הרב אליעזר קשתיאל, ראש ישיבת בני דוד בעלי.
הכי טוב להיות עבד של יהודי. הם שמחים להיות עבדים, רוצים להיות עבדים.
הישיבה הזו מיועדת לבוגרי המכינה הקדם צבאית, המוכרת והיוקרתית בציונות הדתית. רבים מהם מגיעים אליה לאחר שהם מסיימים שירות צבאי.
במקום שהוא יהיה סתם מסתובב ברחובות ועושה שטויות ואלימות ומזיק אחד לשני. עכשיו הוא עבד, החיים שלו מתחילים להתנהל.
לפי הרב קשתיאל, האדונים הם היהודים, העבדים הם הערבים. החלוקה לא מקרית, זה עניין ביולוגי, בעיות גנטיות.
יש מסביבנו עמים כאלה, בעיות גנטיות. תשאל ערבי פשוט, איפה אתה רוצה להיות? הוא רוצה להיות תחת הכיבוש. למה? כי הם יש להם בעיה גנטית, הם לא יודעים לנהל מדינה, הם לא יודעים לעשות כלום. תראה איך הם נראים.
והנה התורה כולה, תורת הגזע.
בוודאי שיש גזענות, מה אנחנו לא יודעים שיש גזעים שונים בעולם, מה זה סוד זה, מה זה לא נכון, זה נכון, מה לעשות?
בעוד יומיים עם ישראל יציין את יום השואה, בין היתר את החלוקה של הנאצים לגזעים, עליונים ונחותים, והנה בגרסה העברית.
כן, אנחנו גזענים, אנחנו מאמינים בגזענות. יש גזעים בעולם ויש תכונות גנטיות של עמים, וזה דורש מאיתנו לחשוב איך לעזור להם. יש הבדלים בין גזעים, וזה בדיוק סיבה להשית עזרה.
מי שמחה להחליט מי זה מי?
אני רואה שאני מגיע להישגים הרבה יותר מרשימים ממנו.
Well, this is another thing Ghislaine said. Well, Ghislaine did make it very clear to me that Annie was very lucky to be able to carry a Jewish baby. That was another thing. She said she would have been so lucky. See, they constantly made it very clear to me. You can't eat at the country club because you're not a Jew. You can't, and I mean, if people takes people, it's like they get hit with a soccer ball in the gut. I've told every news network, and they go, "Oh, we can't talk about that."
Let me be very frank with you, Amy.
we have to say the truth. The Israeli lobby, the Jewish lobby are by far too strong and too aggressive. It's not good for the Jewish community. It's not good for Israel. But the Israeli propaganda and the Jewish propaganda in recent years made it as a systematic method. Whenever anybody dares to raise questions or to criticize Israel, he is immediately and automatically labeled as anti-Semite, and then he has to shut his mouth, because after this, what can he say? Yes, it is legitimate to criticize Israel. Yes, it is legitimate to raise questions, and this does not mean that we are anti-Semites. We are not ready to play this game anymore in which they shut our mouths with those accusations, which in most of the cases are hollow. But I saw the other day a congressman say that nobody should question the relations between the United States and Israel. Excuse me? Nobody should question the relations between Israel and the United States. Here from Tel Aviv, I claim that those relationships are corrupted and are bad for peace and bad for Israel for the long run, because the United States let Israel go crazy, continue the occupation, do whatever it wants, and get this automatic and blind support.
This maybe you don't want to hear, I don't know. And I certainly don't want to hurt you on your show. You have one of the best. You're fair. But I believe that Israel has a powerful stranglehold on the American government. They control both members of the House and the Senate. They have us involved in wars of which we have little or no interest. Our children are coming back in body bags. Our nation is bankrupt over these wars. And if you open your mouth, you get targeted. And if they don't beat you at the poll, they'll put you in prison.
Of course, you can't talk about the truth, right? You can, but most people just won't. And I think it's a huge part of it, because this is a problem. This elitism is very deep.
The thing of it is that Jews shouldn't marry Arabs.
Shouldn't marry Arabs.
Yeah.
Why do you feel strongly about that?
Because Jews is a special nation that God gave it to the Jews, and we don't want Jews to get mixed up together with a different nation.
אוקיי, בסדר בעברית. פשוט מאוד, צריך להיכנס לשטחים, וכל מחבל שעושה פיגוע צריך להרוג אותו, צריך להרוג את המחבלים, ואז הם יפחדו ולא יעשו לנו בעיות, והכל יהיה בסדר. הם יהיו בכפרים שלהם, אנחנו נחיה פה, לא צריך להיות ביחד, והכל בסדר.
And these are the people pushing racism. But I know a lot of Jewish supremacists, they're all elite. And they're all connected. And they're all in big groups. And they are the biggest supremacists I've ever met.
I'm there to put terror on people in Palestine. I'm there to police every minute of their life. I'm there to take their life and control it, to go into their houses in the middle of the night, to arrest them, children, adults, women, young men, take their life sometimes, responding to protest, to any resistance, to us, with a very, very hard violence, with rubber bullets, with of course not rubber, but real bullets, just covered with a little bit of rubbers, or tear gas canister, or sometimes live ammunition that will take the life of one of the kids in Hebron at the time that I'm there. I'm later, after his life was taken, as order to make sure that nobody from his family getting out of the home to the funeral, make sure that everybody is under curfew, because the Israeli army is afraid of revenge of the family and the relative. So I'm there making sure that the family does not leave the house. And as the father come out to understand what's going on, we arrest them. And when the mother of the child that our unit killed just a night before that, coming out and start screaming at us in Arabic, in words that I didn't understand at the time, I could understand every word she was saying, because her screaming was exactly like the screaming of my grandma when I was growing up and she was dreaming on Auschwitz.
Quote, I was ready to throw a brick at her head and kill her. In my opinion, all the leftists are Israel haters. Those people have no place in our country, both the Arabs and the leftists. Iran, as someone who grew up in Israel, is this type of sentiment more common than not?
Yes, of course. The Israeli society is very much in a national identity, is very much in a fascist identity, but we need to ask ourselves the real questions, like why is that? Why is nobody talking about what is the interest to stuff like taking more land from Palestinians, or grabbing more settlements, expanding the settlements, or attacking in Gaza like the last offensive, the last massacre. The beneficiary of this situation are not the Israeli public, it's not the kids in the school, it's not the fascism in the street. The people that really, really get something out of it is the people that run the country. And not only Israel, also here in the US and people in Europe.
And the things they said about black people made me cry. Honest to God, it made me sick.
The Likud member of parliament, Mary Regev, stated from the stage of an anti-refugee rally, the Sudanese are a cancer in our body. Interior Minister Eli Yishai claimed that African refugees were raping many Israeli women, who do not complain because they don't want people to know they were also given AIDS.
I was like, I can't. And they make it very clear. They made it very clear that I was a servant because I was white. I was a white servant.
כל הגויים שאתה רואה שיש בעולם, המיליארדים האלה, הם הכל רק בשביל שהיהודים יהיה להם איזה תועלת. אנחנו לא רואים את זה, אנחנו לא יודעים בדיוק. היות ואנחנו בגלות, אז אוטומטי עדיין הם עוד לא משרתים אותנו לגמרי, רק חלקית. כל אחד יהיה לו, כשבוא יבוא, אז כל אחד יהיה לו... בינתיים המשיח לא כאן, אז איך הם משרתים אותנו? הם בונים לנו רכבים, דירות, בניינים, הם בונים את זה, למה? משרתים את היהודים. אבל יש גם יהודים שעושים את זה.
Yeah, it was made very clear to me. No, you're just a servant, you're white. And I'm just like, let me tell you something, if I walk out of here not, at all racist, it's a freaking miracle, because I'm still, I struggle every day with it. I'm like, oh, I was so abused. It just, I guess it could have happened from any group, but because they're the ones that happen to control the world, it's hard. It's really hard. Like this specific group, of elites. And the other thing that pisses me off is this whole anti-Semitic BS, because they called Bernie Sanders anti-Semitic.
Oh,
you know what I
I
mean?
know.
Like, when is it going to end?
Sanders is an anti-Semite. I think he tolerates anti-Semitism. It's done over the years.
I've interviewed Bernie Sanders many times. I've never heard him make an anti-Semitic comment. And then, Alan, he's Jewish.
So is Norman Finkelstein. So is Noam Chomsky. So is Gilad Atzmon. Some of the worst people in terms of not promoting Jewish values are Jews. That's no excuse. Karl Marx was a Jew, at least a Jew by heritage, so that's no excuse.
Like
it's out of control.
Plus,
and the whole
I'm really one of my
thing,
best friends.
You can't say that, even though you just mentioned that what Ghislaine told you, right? And Sheldon Adelson, he's on video saying all I care about is being a good citizen of Israel, and he's the top political donor in the United States.
I am not Israeli. The uniform that I wore in the military, unfortunately, was not an Israeli uniform. It was an American uniform. All we care about is being good Zionists, being good citizens of Israel.
So the fact that you're not allowed to talk about it, I think, is very troubling, right? So, but anyway, I want to go back to some of what told you about at least like intelligence stuff and what you heard about like Israel and Israeli intelligence.
Well, let me tell you what she said about her dad.
That's right.
Yes, she said about her dad's funeral too. She told me, she said he was such an important person for Israel that they gave him a state funeral, and she went on and on and on about his funeral ceremony, and she showed me pictures of like what a big deal it was. And she said they murdered him. That Israel murdered him. She said the CUNPs murdered him, as she's telling me about this. So, like, she's saying Israel murdered their assets.
They do that.
I don't know. That's what she believed. And, yeah.
Now, why do you say that Ghislaine would have been involved with Mossad, considering what happened to her father?
Well, people said she was one of the Maxwells who felt that her father was murdered, but they all suspected that there was a case of murder.
I thought after talking to Chef Andy that he jumped off the boat, because Chef Andy was like, Maria, that guy was the biggest criminal in history in London, and he had stolen so much money that I think he jumped.
And this memorial in Jerusalem proves it.
Lonely, burdened by debts, and facing exposure as a fraudulent bankrupt,
Robert Maxwell retreated during his last days into memories of his childhood and origins.
And I was like, oh, okay. Because, you know, this is just his opinion. But Andy knew all of them. He knew Wexner before Wexner and Epstein were working together. So that's why he's the Holy Grail, I'm telling you. I'm going to send you his photo and his information. If you can get that guy to talk, oh my God. But anyway, he's Jewish too. I was the only like non-Jewish employee. That was the other thing. They wouldn't have people around that weren't Jewish. It was really weird. Like they go to, the only people, now of course all the people they raped were never Jewish. You know, that was like another rule, I think. I mean, maybe it wasn't a rule, but it seemed to be. But the children were never Jewish, you know? Just the employees and like a lot of like Leslie Groff and those people, you know, that they had around were usually like they trusted each other, but they don't trust people outside their network. So it's not just that they're Jewish, it's that they're connected. I mean, it's so awesome.
For the FBI. And it shows all these perpetrators, and it's based on Bosch, a painting, you know, from long ago in the 1500s. It's based on a painting he did called The Garden of Earthly Delights. But I did it more like from a child's eye, so that, you know, children would see heaven on top and hell on the bottom and earth in the middle. So this is what I did, and I'm going to walk you through it. This is Gloria Allred, and here, let's see if you can see her.
There you go. Yeah, great.
She's really like Satan, okay? And then you have up here Jeffrey Epstein. He's in a little UFO stuck on a NASA tower. But I'm just going to walk you through this slowly. And you can see some of the perpetrators. And Alan Dershowitz, he's not wearing his underpants. Alan Dershowitz. And the lawyers, okay? Here's, can you see Abigail Wexner?
Oh, I can.
Okay. And the head of the snake here, you see him?
Yes, and Ghislaine Maxwell right behind.
Yeah, Ghislaine. We have some other really big heroes here. And then we have some really gross co-conspirators. Just going to go through those.
Is that Bezos down there?
Elon Musk. What a piece of crap. Look at him. Oh, how funny. And then here you have Donald Trump, Sarah Kellen. For some reason, something weird came up on my screen. So... I don't know what that is. Okay, so anyway, I hope you can see it all.
Everything's looking great.
I made him a very little man, Donald Trump. I'm going to tell you why. I met him with Jeffrey Epstein, and this man, Bill Clinton, came to visit Ghislaine Maxwell and Jeffrey Epstein at the estate. This is someone who doesn't count. And so anyway, we just have some, you know, an illustration for the FBI, because apparently they can't follow verbal cues. So I wanted to help them a little bit.
Yeah, they can't follow evidence, names, numbers, associates, time frames. All those things seem to be void when it comes into an investigation of their overlords.
Because if you look at the history, it becomes really clear that Epstein was part of this larger network of sexual blackmail operations that have existed in the U.S. since the 1920s that trace back to this national crime syndicate. Even though he was working for Israeli intelligence, the mega group is that same syndicate that's been using sexual blackmail to control politicians since the 1930s, really. And this is, you know, the consequences of the impunity for those people, you know. If they've been doing it since the 30s, they're doing it now. You know, it's not something that stops with Epstein, basically. So it's really important to understand how we got to Epstein in order to understand the significance of that scandal, right? Because there are ties between this Epstein, the Epstein network. There's ties to the Franklin scandal. There's ties to the sexual blackmail operation of the White House call boys that was run by Craig Spence. In the 1980s. I mean, the ties are just very extensive, and a lot of that history has been forgotten. And I think people, you know, need to realize how deep this goes in order for us to be able to identify where this type of behavior is really coming from. And it's coming from the fact that our intelligence agencies have been in bed with organized crime for decades and decades and decades. And us, even though intelligence agencies say that they're here to help protect us and it's about national security, they themselves operate as organized crime syndicates. The CIA is an organized criminal organization. They do drug trafficking, human trafficking, gun running, you name it. Just look at Iran-Contra. There's numerous other scandals of the CIA doing stuff like that, right? Their currency is secrecy, and it's blackmail. And it's not just the CIA that's like this. It's Mossad that's like this. It's pretty much every intelligence agency on the planet. In the US, the CIA and the intelligence apparatus in a big way is really the real government. If you look at, Kennedy and all the presidents since then, whether it's Democrat or Republican, not much changes. And that's because the real power in the US does not lie with who is president. It lies with these organized criminals that rule over us. And this is crucial to understand so that people stop buying into the left-right paradigm. It is fake. Both parties are controlled by these same people that were really behind Epstein and all of this mess. And this is who sets policy. And until people start to realize this on a massive scale, we will be just walking further and further into this nightmare that these criminals are creating for us.
They've been involved in our stealing our technology for many, many years. But another way that Israel has affected U.S. foreign policy is through blackmail operations. And I would point to Jeffrey Epstein, who was allowed for 30 years to recruit young girls in America from vulnerable, broken homes, as young as 13 years old. And Mr. Epstein, who I believe was a fake billionaire, I do not believe he was a billionaire. I believe he was an actor, an imposter on behalf of the Israeli Mossad. Mr. Epstein then lured powerful, influential American men into his various mansions so that they could rape the girls. The sexual acts were videotaped, and the videos were sent to Israel for blackmail operations against Americans.
If it were proven, what would the U.S. establishment do?
Nothing. Nothing. Too many American leaders have been videotaped by Jeffrey Epstein. There's not going to be any action from the American political establishment. The American ruling class is corrupt, and the American people must clean house. Both parties, both political parties in America are controlled by Zionists. There is no choice in America.
I can tell you she is still a prostitute. She is selling false stories now for money about me.
Do you have any concern calling her a prostitute when she was victimized at such a young age by this wealthy man?
She was not victimized. She made her own decisions in life.
But at the age of 15, some would say that's a little young and that she was taken advantage of.
When you were negotiating that deal, did you say the word whore so many times you forgot the meaning?
No, I didn't use that term, and I would never use that term to describe a young woman. I just laid out the facts. I chose to become a defense attorney because I like to defend the underdog, and I don't like supporting the government. I like challenging the government.
Man, I hope one day I can look at over 100 accusers and someone worth hundreds of millions of dollars and see that the rich pedophile is the underdog.
Fight the power. Now, Jeffrey Epstein owned an island in the Caribbean called Little St. James. Have you ever been there? And if so, don't you hate it when Prince Andrew's ass knocks over your drink?
Well, my wife, my daughter, and I, she was about, 7 or something. When Jeffrey Epstein first bought the island, he flew a private plane. We were vacationing in Guadeloupe or Martinique, I forget. And he flew us to the island for one day to see the new island. Nobody was on the island. And we met there with a professor at Harvard Law School and his wife and my daughter. We spent one day there. There were no young people there. There were no girls. There were no women.
That's a big relief you weren't there during Epstein's 20-year alleged pedophile phase.
No, I never was in any area where Epstein was, where there were ever any young people or any misconduct that I ever saw. The same is true, again, president of Harvard,
President of the United States.
Well, that's a convincing defense. Nothing could have happened, Ma. Bill Clinton was there.
Now, Jeffrey Epstein was known for gathering blackmail material on his visitors, which brings us to tonight's sponsor, Pleasant Dreams Natural Sleep Aid. Do you have trouble sleeping because you know Jeffrey Epstein's tapes are out there somewhere and could instantly destroy all you hold dear?
My greatest wish is that Jeffrey Epstein took tapes of everything, because that would prove conclusively that I was not on any of the tapes.
Alan, we're doing a sponsored piece here. Just give me a moment here.
He has to read the sponsor.
Then reach for Pleasant Dreams Natural Sleep Aid, because these days nothing just disappears. Now, the alleged victims say that they gave massages at Epstein's residences that turned into abuse. You've said that you've only received one massage at Epstein's residence.
My wife had a massage. I had a massage. They were therapeutic massages. I kept my shorts on. Yes, I'm not a big massage person. As I said, my wife had a massage. I had a massage. That was routine. When you went to Epstein's places, he offered massages. And obviously, when he had them, they were not just massages, but when he offered them to people like me and my wife, they were therapeutic.
I mean, it sounds normal enough.
After all that, anyone else feel like a boiling hot shower?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Hit it, Phyllis.
Oh, God, okay.
All right, I gotta go to my friend's house where he offers every guest a massage from a woman in a recorded private room out of the good, non-blackmail part of his heart. Good night, everyone. Dersh, if the feds come, who are you going to flip on first? Please say Bill Clinton.
I have nobody to flip on because I did nothing wrong, and I'm aware of nobody else who's done anything wrong except for the person who no longer is alive.
Get your eyes checked, man.
I have never been so grateful.
I haven't watched the last half of it because I was listening to some of it when I was getting ready, but I don't even know. I've only watched the first like 20 minutes of it earlier, and I thought it was really good. So then that's why I played it for you guys. But so hopefully everything was good. Hopefully nothing that was inappropriate in it, because I don't know. I wasn't watching some of it, and hopefully it was okay to play. I watched some. I mean, I was listening to it while I was getting ready, but then on and off, because then I was going in between channels, all my channels, and seeing what was going on and stuff. But all right, guys, I'm all ready for bed. Bye, everybody. Turn off the lights. Wash my face. All right, Zeke's waiting in bed. Good night, everybody. Bye. Or wait, let me take this down. Hold on. Whoa, that's big. Look at my little have Zeke come. So cute. I got my pure imagination. Willy Wonka shirt. Pure imagination. Alright, guys. Bye. Oh, wait, no. Oops, I almost just screwed up. I almost just left the, in my pajamas. Well, I was wearing my pajamas all day. I almost just left the screen without ending it. Then I would have been screwed again and stuck. I would have had a